Hello everyone, my name is Florin Mindirigiu. I'm the founder of Share Architects, and I'm very happy to say you hello and a big welcome here today to the Share Awards. Thank you so much. Actually, you are the winners today, all of you. Thank you. Bravo. All of you, you are very good friends of Share from many years. I know your faces from many events, from different countries, different years, different occasions, different events. Thank you so much, all of you, for your kind friendship for Share Architects, your kind friendship for the Share Society. Thanks a lot. Thank you. What is Share? What is Share Society? What is Share Awards? All of these are it is about our pleasure to be together every time, to meet, to exchange information, to exchange ideas, to share our projects. And I'm very happy to be here today with you. And all of this, what we are doing everywhere is because we have very good friends. And this is very important. I said maybe 10 times about friendship and about friends, because I believe that friendship is behind everything we are doing in Share. We have very good friends in each country. It's my great pleasure to say hello to all the ambassadors of Share who are here today. You'll meet all of them here in this beautiful room because they will be with us. There are today here ambassadors of Share from countries, from Germany, from Cyprus, from Kosovo, please help me because from many countries. Thank you. But we are here today to celebrate architecture, to celebrate the best figures in architecture in each country. And we are here today to develop this concept of awards. This concept that means to invite all of the architects to come and to present in front of the jury. This is the concept. And at the end, we will have several winners, but all of you, you are the winners, because all of you, you are doing a very good architecture, and you are examples in each country. Your projects are following by many people. Today, it's my great pleasure to invite on stage 4 friends of Share. I will start with the presidents of the jury, and it is my great pleasure to invite in front of you Martha Thorne and Peter Murray, presidents of the jury. Together with Raphael Petri, Vice President zum Tobel. Thank you so much. And with Professor Sherban Tziganash, President of the Share Society. Okay, I'm very happy because you are with us today. A special thanks to Zum Tobel, because they invited us to come here. And we are very lucky to be in this beautiful venue together for 2 days, because what Zum Tobel is doing here it's not only a showroom for the products, but in the same time is sharing for all architects what is new, what is technology. And it's what Zumtobel is doing here is only for this engagement for architecture industry and urbanistic and what is related with design and architecture. Thank you so much, Zumtobel, for hosting us today and tomorrow. And we hope to like it and to invite us maybe other years. Thank you so much. I'm starting with Martha Thorne with a short speech, and after I'm continuing with the guest. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome, and it's my true pleasure to be here with all of you. And I just have two messages very briefly. One, as co-chair of the jury, I know Peter and I will do our best. I know the jury members will do their best to be honest, fair, and transparent. Of course, we're all subjective in some ways, and we're going to try to understand our biases. But please remember, win or lose is, it sounds like something I would say to a child. Win or lose is not important. Juries reflect the best that they can do at the moment, but they're not the Bible. They're not the truth forever and ever. So I think that the juries will be an inspiration. Their questions, their comments will be something of value. And we're very grateful to be able to hear from the different teams presenting their works. That's a very special situation. And the second message that I have has to do with sharing knowledge. The profession of architecture is often fragmented in small offices, in cities, governments, in communities, in industries that are not connected in a natural way, in an ongoing way. So I'm very thankful that we're here together in Austria in this wonderful space, which is a private company, but allowing us to come together to share knowledge. And I just want to thank you, because when I come to these events, I receive so much knowledge. And I think that in the architecture profession, day in and day out, you're experimenting, trying new things, pondering new ideas, and often it stays within the office. But to come together here and to share knowledge, I think is the real essence of these 2 days. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much, Martha. Peter? Thank you.
Well, first of all, Florin, thank you very much for inviting me to this prestigious role. I've, throughout my career, been a great supporter of competitions and awards, and the idea that communities like this can come together at great events, and I'm a huge supporter of SHARE and what Florin has achieved in recent years. But I think that awards are really important because they promote quality, and I think quality to clients and to the wider public is a really important message for us to get out there. But I think also for individual practices, I think awards are really important in terms of getting your message out to a wider audience as well, and impressing clients with the quality of your projects. So we hope over the next day and a half or so to look at many projects of great quality and undertake the difficult task of actually selecting the best out of the best. So we hope not everyone will agree with our choices at the end, but we hope you'll think they're justified and correct. So thank you very much for being here, and we look forward to the presentations over the next day. Thank you.
Raphael, please.
Yeah. Is it also working? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Okay, yeah. So warm welcome also from my end. I feel really honored
to welcome you on behalf of Zumtobel here to Austria, to Dornbirn, but moreover also to the Lighting Forum, which used to be a production hall, and we transformed it into a room or a space where we can actually also tell what we stand for, and also, and I will come to that in 2 seconds, give you a little bit insights how we develop our products, because we are not only producing luminaires, but we are offering way more than that. But let me quickly show you, and I promise I will keep it very short, a very quick movie, and please have a look, and then I will close with a couple of sentences. Thank you.
Light is a force that inspires, connects, and guides us, while also affecting our well-being. The perfect light has always been there, shaping our world, evoking emotions, and revealing possibilities. At Zumtobel, we don't just create light, we honor it, we shape it, preserve it. Because light is both presence and atmosphere, both function and emotion. The knowledge we have gathered over the past 75 years and how our people and us have stood the test of time make us an integral part of the industry's future. Just like the DNA of Zumtobel, it is the fusion of technology and creativity, passion and tradition. Our driving vision goes beyond the present, creating a legacy that will inspire and endure for generations to come. Because light is not just what we see, it's what we feel.
So why do I share this? Because I think it expresses quite nicely what we stand for, what is our DNA at Zumtobel. Because we are producing luminaires over different locations, and we have more than 5,000 people working for us. But in the end, our core DNA is always, if you look into the room here, that's not the products that we produce, that is something that evolved because of people like you. We are working together with architects, we are working together with partners, we are working together with lighting designers. We listen, and we then try to translate the needs that we have in the different projects, the needs that you brought to us, to our table, and transform them into products that are high performing and high quality. And for that we are super thankful, and we are also looking forward to get more of these inspirations, more of these ideas over the course of the next 2 days. And I'm very much looking forward to have the dialogue with all of you together. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being partners, and thank you for also inspiring us and helping us to develop that kind of solutions for our customers. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Shaban, before your speech, I want to invite on stage in front of you, to invite one architect who worked a lot for this event, like designer for the exhibition, what you seen in the entry. And it's my great pleasure to introduce architect Andrei Bodnar. Please, Andrei. Thank you so much, Andrei, and I think it's very correct to ask all of your colleagues to stand up. Thank you so much, Echo Studio.
Ah, what a nice speech.
1 second.
Hi, everyone. I wasn't prepared for this speech, so thank you, Florin, for this. It's my great honor to introduce you all to the Share event exhibition. It's here in the hallway. If you were greeted not with a red carpet, but with the yellow carpet as the color of Share. And we wanted to take you in and enjoy all the projects that were finalists and today are competing for the prize. So you have this journey across the project, and you can see the trophy, as well as we have here an interactive exhibition. If you want more details on a specific project, you can enjoy the touch screens there and just have this. Thank you, Zumtobel, for providing us with the space and enjoying the journey through this all. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sherban.
Well, what are the ingredients for a good festival? Nice people, of course, great architecture, fantastic host, and a wonderful place. We have all of them. So I'm certain that what will happen in the next 2 days can be reduced in 2 words, which maybe are not the best, but I thrill you to find some others. My 2 words are intense and delightful. Let us have a nice festival, at least but not last. Dankeschön, Zumtobel. Wir sind hier im Zauber des Lichts. Thank you very much, Zumtobel. We are in the magic of lights here.
Thank you very much again. Thank you very much for our sponsors today. It's a great pleasure to say hello to all of you and to all of the sponsors, and a great thanks. And technically, from now we will start the program, and please take care about the room, the time, the commission. We have to be, because we will be very strict with the time, but in the same time we are inviting you to join us to all 3 stages behind me, where will be a lot of presentations during the day. Thank you so much to my great guest today, and I hope to have 2 days beautiful here in Zumtobel Light Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm staying here being your host. Marta, please stay here and be welcome, because you are one of the first persons to keep on stage for the next panel, and I'm inviting the other ones. I have the pleasure to invite Habibeh Majabadi from Iran. I saw you. You are somewhere close. Please join us on stage. For first session, Habibeh is an old friend of Cher and the founder of Habibeh Majabadi Architecture Studio in Iran. Then I will also invite to sit with us on stage Yevgenia Pozigun from Zaha Hadid Architects, UK, Senior Associate. We just met Yevgenia. Welcome, and please join us. And Sabina Gustov, which is another old friend of Cher from Aluprof. Sabina is a business development manager. All right. And Florin.
So I want to announce you, before the main stage conference will start, that we start from now 3 jury sessions in parallel. So the jury live session is starting now, and the other 3 stages are starting now. So please be careful about the time. Thank you, Sherban.
So if you think my mission is easy, think twice. All right. The first to open this session of presentation is Habibeh. Just a couple of words from you. We've met in Bucharest, I think, and then we've met in other Cher conferences, like in Belgrade, if I'm right. And I was always impressed by what you did with bricks. But not only. Your architecture is fantastic. I'm sure that you are going to delight our public. Habibeh, the floor is yours. Would you like to be closer to the screen? Yeah, it's okay.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure again to be, as Florin mentioned correctly, I'm friend of Cher now for 10 years. And this time I have a pleasure to be a jury member as well. In today's world, we often focus on standardization and speed, but I believe we need to bring back the value of craftsmanship, not because of nostalgia, but because it holds local knowledge, and material understanding.
Hear better.
It allows for slowness, care, and uniqueness. These qualities are often lost in industrial processes. I believe the missing link for adding back the lost complexities can be craftsmanship and intermediary language that conveys these complexities to the final product. Today, I would like to share with you a number of projects in which we had the experience of working with craftsmen and doing some part of the projects and some elements by hand of workers. In a project for an Iranian bank in central Tehran, we started with a simple handmade study model. We cut parallel sleeves in a sheet and folded the cut sections by hand. The fold angles were not precise numbers, and all the folds were done manually. Here we wanted to preserve the qualities of improvisation and approximation that arise from the imprecision of geometry and mathematics, and translate them into the final architectural product. Here, a craftsman bent the sheets by hand using simple break brace tool. In this way, the approximate angle of the handmade model were transferred to the final product. Instead of complex detailed drawing and design drawings, we used a grid paper containing angle information as an intermediary language between the design, the craftsman, and the final product. We didn't have face-to drawing. All we had was this piece of rolled paper, which contains all the information about the bending and angles of the sheets. In another experience, a medium-scale residential project called Fortina's House, which had the chance to be shortlisted in Aga Khan Award 2016, we pursued a departure from the usual geometry of openings and the binary design of windows versus walls. To achieve natural variation of light and shadow in the interior, a complex brick lattice structure with variable density was designed. In the design, we followed the concept of uncertainty and approximation in the brick placement. We needed an intermediary language to ensure this uncertainty was maintained in the construction process. Such a variable and complex texture is typically designed with parametric methods and executed using advanced technology. However, when we undertook this project in 2012, we lacked the budget for such technology, and moreover, this method did not convey the spontaneity we desired. I believe that sometimes a lack of budget protects a project from unnecessary luxury. Here we needed an intermediary language that could transfer uncertainty and spontaneity to the final product. So we were inspired by handmade carpet workshops in Iran. Inspired by the method used in Iranian handmade carpet workshops, where colored knots are laid out on a grid and then called out loudly, we adopted a traditional oral method of information transmission. Instead of detailed face-to drawings, the arrangements of bricks was transcribed into text, which was taken to the construction site. One worker would read the text while another executed the brickwork. This method resulted in slight variations and error. The final texture had some human errors, as you may notice. We all know these very errors make handmade carpets far more valuable than machine-made ones. The brick lattice also became more diverse and human through this improvisational approach. We all agree that nature is beautiful. This beauty comes from its complexity and approximation. However, the construction industry delivers building materials to us in the form of rigid geometric models that lack spirit and warmth. In the cycle we see, in this cycle, as you see, we transfer natural materials to rigid and lifeless materials. In this cycle, we must find our own ways to compensate for this industrial dryness and liveliness. In another experience, this one is a private house in West Tehran, House of Approximation. This house is a handcrafted forest made of custom wooden pieces designed based on the complexity of natural forms, both inside and outside, and it blurs the distinct boundary between interior and exterior. Houses in Iran, how can I go back? Houses in Iran traditionally had courtyards. Here, since the lot size was very small, the courtyard concept was translated to the facade. Each wooden piece was hand-cut and shaped, with no two pieces exactly alike. According to neuroscience experts, humans need a certain degree of complexity in their environment that evokes the complexity of natural habitats in which they lived in the past and felt secure. This level of environmental complexity could have protected early humans from wild animals and other threats. How can I play the video if there is anyone there? Would you please play the video? In this project, 3,000 handcrafted wooden pieces were installed on the facade to convey the mystery, ambiguity, and natural diversity, while also valuing human labor in a country where parts of the construction process can be done by hand. The irregular, approximate wooden pieces allow natural light to enter the space in a diffuse, varied way, and the design process embraced imperfection and uncertainty. I believe when a project departs from conventional methods, not only design, but also the construction techniques and even the lives of those who involved departs from routine. Rather than providing workers with a strict set of instructions, I wanted them to truly understand the concept of approximation in nature, art, and mathematics. So I visited the factory, explained the concept using examples in nature, and asked them to create a variety of forms. The workers had a certain freedom in shaping the wood. My country, Iran, has a long history of craftsmanship, but we have neglected to value it. Sometimes when we do use handwork, we try to hide the imperfections and make it look industrial. Yet, handwork has far more value than industrial production. I accept imperfection as a part of human life. It's not a mistake. It is a reminder that people are involved. Approximation doesn't mean we are careless. It creates a space for emotion, for small errors, and for sense of warmth. In an age where machines aim for perfect precision, I think imperfection is a way to keep architecture connected to life. And the cycle repeats. As you see, industry turns wood into a lifeless object, and we need to bring back life to it. In the last project, is going to highlight approximation in the form of demolition. In a world that often values perfection and sameness, Runes remind us of the importance of authenticity and the beauty that comes from imperfection. Imagine standing among the ancient ruins of Rome, where all the stone whispers stories of the past. In the Romantic era, inspired by poets like Lord Byron, travelers found profound beauty in runes. Runes possess a unique charm, evoking nostalgia not through perfection, but through their withered surfaces and the passage of time etched into their very fabric. They embody resilience, reminding us that true beauty often resides in imperfection. A house on the corner of one of Tehran's main square was demolished, and another building is to replace it. The image that citizens had of this corner over the years and the collective memory was of broken, irregular edges of the demolished brick walls. When I was invited to the project, there was no trace of the old house. I faced an empty pit. But the memory of the house still existed. One of the characteristics of Iranian cities that European travelers have mentioned several times is the presence of ruins as part of the urban landscape. Ruins are not erased. During the Romanticism era, coexisting with ruins was valued in literature and painting. We decided to preserve this memory of the city in some way rather than negating the demolition and erasing it from the city's memory. We did not want to erase this memory from the face of the city. In the form and general volume divisions, we draw inspiration from the old house, and in the details, the edges of the demolished brick walls were reconstructed. Here too, the facade elements are handmade. So that they can carry the memory of demolition within them. These elements were produced randomly using handmade molds and deliberately broken and accidental edges carried the memory of demolition by valuing these imperfect elements. We tried to design that felt more authentic and connected to site history. In this final example, we encounter approximation in elements produced with handmade molds and deliberately broken random edges that arise from demolition. And here, approximation is one of the properties and qualities of the demolished form. These elements carry the memory of the demolition within them and possess the characteristic of approximation similar to natural forms. I prefer to use natural materials. When we separate materials from nature and convert them into geometric models and packages using industrial machinery, we essentially kill those natural materials and strip them of their esprit. Therefore, we can restore the lost spirit in another cycle and transform them into something closer to their original state in nature. Thank you.
What a start. You took us on your magic carpet.
Thank you so much.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Habibeh. And now I'm turning to the next speaker, who's Evgenia Pozigun. Have you ever heard about Zaha Hadid Architects? I think so. Who doesn't? She's representing as a senior associate Zaha Hadid Architects in UK. The name has no need of presentation. We are very curious about your
Thank you, and I think a lot of you also heard me speak, and a lot of my colleagues speak. And I think we are present at SHARE for many years. And definitely it's my pleasure to be here, to be part of the jury, and to be part of this panel of distinguished speakers. And the excellent work, Habibi, it's just amazing. I think now we're going to see something slightly different. And when I was thinking of what we can see at the end of this year, because the Share Festival also celebrates, I think, all the achievements of this year, and all of us together, and all of you individually. And for me personally, I think it has been amazing to see Share expanding to the Central Asia. And here we have our friends from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Georgia, and also Armenia. And I think it's been the second Share in Georgia this year, and then in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Armenia has been the first one. So I think it's great to see the community grow, and to see more exciting work everywhere. And of course, thank you to the organizers and to the supporters of the forum. I don't know how much time I have, maybe 12 minutes. I'll try to keep to that. So I chose aviation today. It's a very different scale, I think, to a lot of projects here. But the reason is that after I'm going to just very briefly say, of course, I think you know, we're a multinational studio, and we're around, thanks to late Dame Zaha Hadid, our founder, for over 45 years. We carry on her work. And for about 15 years, we are building up the aviation team, which is extremely challenging sector with very few players. And why I'm talking about aviation today is because after these 15 years of very hard work here, you can see the mapping of a lot of the bids that we have done, a lot of the effort of the team and our collaborators to actually get the project, the aviation projects come true. And we have 4 completed airports, and 3 of them opened this year within a span of few months. And I think this achievement, it needs a mention, and that's why I gathered these projects in one presentation. It's just to say that while these projects, all of the airport projects are huge and very, very complex, it's really quite a closed field and very specialized. So to develop this team, we had some of our colleague architects accredited with IATA, so they can also understand not only to design purely the shell, but also to understand the function in depth. So the airports, like many other typologies, are very complex, and the architect's role is not only to create kind of the visual appearance, but also to influence the long-lasting impact and experience of the users. So this project actually opened already 6 years ago, Beijing Daxing International Airport, and to me personally, I think it's one of the kind of the best airport terminals, because you never miss your flight. It, while has a very large capacity, it also very, very efficient, and it has 78 contact stands, so there is like every plane, or almost every plane is parked to the terminal, and the maximum distance you walk to your interchange point is about 400 meters, which makes it very pleasant to travel through, unlike some other airports. And this project took a very, very short time to actually develop and to deliver. It started in 2014, and in 5 years' time it was almost finished. And I think our main, let's say our main work is in the concept, but we carried on looking after the project and making sure every detail, in this airport, I think every detail is taken care of. You can see some of the construction images of this. This actually, the actual terminal and the new airport gave development to the overall master plan and the development of the entire area of Beijing around the airport, which is also very important to the urban regeneration. Also, this airport is one of the cleanest airports with least emissions, I think, in China at least. You can see for us it's very important in this space is to feel the space and to feel the light and to understand intuitively where you're going, which is very challenging with all the different protocols and the restrictions in the airport. Here you can see all zones from departure to arrival to the baggage claim. So it's all visually connected, but segregated to different zones. And of course, it creates the experience. This project actually, it became so popular, it became almost like a destination by itself. I think following this experience has been a tremendous learning curve. The next one, the West Sydney International Airport, opened this year. And this is it's a completely different type of airport. It's modular and with expandable sections that can be added over the years to increase the capacity. Again, the project has been designed and then delivered during the COVID with the initial 10 million passengers per year capacity and can be expanded to 82 million passengers per year over the next 40 years. And here again, I think the message is very different. Of course, we work in different locations, and it's important to actually link to the culture, to the message that is to the message that is important to the local residents, and then the airport is like the gateway to the country often, or to the city, and what is that we can bring to the table. So for this West Sydney Airport, we tried to create a sense of place and to combine kind of the nature and traditions with this feeling of light and natural materials and the local materials. And this image is still a render, a visualization of how we imagine this space to be. So again, when you come through the baggage claim and through the arrivals, you see this light welcoming you, and this sense of kind of a brightness and welcoming area is something that we try to carry on through the design. In this project, it's kind of just to understand a little bit the very complex organizational structures and models and the number of stakeholders involved, from Zaha and collaborators and consultants to the client, to the governmental bodies and regulatory bodies, that all of these decisions had to be managed, and the collaboration and kind of the aiming of the final delivering of the final result is very important. So here again it shows the councils, the government, the federal government in this case. So definitely it only the kind of the idea of having one of these new mega projects with the lasting legacy and lasting impact, it had to be really thoroughly developed, and we think this is a very, very, very successful case of how we also can bring the context to one of these kind of huge projects, very often soulless, how we can, with the design elements, how we can enhance the visitor experience. And also, of course, we always, for the past 2 decades, for sure, we try to work in collaborative digital environment, where the team is integrated. Although we all, probably a lot of the team sits in different locations, but there is a common platform which can be where the information can be stored, shared, checked, and used respectively. So some of the construction site images taken over the years, again, quite a fast speed construction. And here you can see the some of the final installations and the final result that we are very happy with. It conveys the idea, and the construction method is actually quite standard and easily expandable and easily maintainable. Let's say we always kind of break down the complex architecture form into simple components that can be delivered with conventional construction methods. So the next project that opened just, I think this was the last one to open in just a few months ago, Chongqing International Airport Terminal 3B, is I think is the largest satellite terminal in the world at the moment. Which is a challenge in itself. Another challenge was to design it, so the design language is coherent with the main terminal. You can see it at the top of the image here. So it's a continuation of the next phase of the existing airport. And why this project is important? So it's here in Chongqing in China, and the ambition is to make Chongqing a hub, a regional, an international hub. And here you can see that within 4 hours you can reach like a quarter of the world's population, probably by flight. This location of Chongqing is kind of, you see where the most of the population lives in China, and Chongqing is kind of in the central China, which is yeah. So you can be within 2 hours you can reach most of the population, at least of the country. That's why this hub has been chosen to create this mega airport. So this is again kind of thinking about the scale and what this scale means, what is China and the kind of the Asia and Southeast Asia compared to Americas and Europe, and what kind of projects it really needs to handle the flow. So in this terminal again we tried, although this scale, despite, let's say, this large scale, we tried to create the moments that would be human scale, and it would be still convenient and pleasant to navigate through these intermediate spaces, to experience the building and not only to pass through. So there are some kind of construction images here. You can see here on the map the main terminal and kind of in relation to this new satellite terminal. So this project also, the construction has been extremely fast over a couple of years, and now it's also open to operation, which is a milestone. We will definitely see and experience how it influences the kind of the improvement of this and increasing capacity of the travel. And another milestone project, I think, for us, it's our first large-scale project in India, Navi Mumbai International Airport, which is, again, is a different country, different environment, different traditions, and all of which had to be kind of considered and included also in the design. And the cultural heritage, as well as, of course, the climatic conditions. So this project has been inaugurated just a few months ago by the Prime Minister of India, and I think we really, in this project, kind of this the lotus flower elements that bring this kind of the element of really the special experience to the visitors. Is they has been maintained through the design and finally delivered. So you can see kind of the ambience of the project and different spaces. So we try to really take care of the waiting areas, of the main public areas, of the arrival areas. We think the arrival experience is one of the most important ones because that's where you probably see the country for the first time. So this you can see the 3 phases now. Phase 1 only has been completed, and just to see the scale of the project. And some of the early construction images, and now this is the final result at the inauguration. We don't even have like the official photos yet, but again in this project, how we can bring the architecture to the human scale, and how we can convey this, how the architecture can influence the experience of the passengers, and how it can be constructed in different climatic and political and construction generally environments around the world. It has been a huge learning curve for us as well, and this is something that I wanted to share with you today. This, the 3 mega projects developed at the same time with a similar timeline, but in very different environments, very challenging environments, and how with the support and help of many different organizations and collaborators, these projects come to life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I have to tell you, you owe me 4 minutes and 40 seconds. It's my turn now, but I will try to stay in time, if possible, to change the presentation. When I think of architecture, I always trying to understand more and more what is about and why people understand architecture so differently. And every architect understands this differently. There are thousands of definitions of architecture, but the most important thing, in my opinion, is how we understand it, not how we define it, how we call it. And for this, I thought to talk about, and surfing through some of our projects, about the power of yes and the power of no, because architecture is certainly about making decisions. Decisions which are not made by architects only, which are made by different peoples, by clients, by society, by the decision makers. They call themselves so. Even we call themselves like this. So the main questions I find, and I'm sharing with you, is what to build, where to build, and how to build. And this runs forever. But I think the balance is going from how to build, which is the technique of construction and the definition of our profession, to what to build and where to build in conjunction. And I'm going through short list of projects. This is an old project in my hometown of housing, where the problem was the area was zoned for collective housing, even if, in my opinion, if you ask me, we shouldn't build there. It was better for other purposes. And it was about building three multi-story buildings. That was the initial scheme of the client, but we wanted to transform it into something else, which is much more related to the place and to the ground. So we proposed one single building instead of a composition of 3. And you can have the images of what came out of this story, which was very much between building and not building, and finally it was judged upon how we built. Well, architecture is also about, not only about building, but also about transforming and also about replacing, which are again the fields which are more and more challenged instead of new buildings. So the next one is an old house from end of 19th century, again in my hometown, which was kept, which was saved, even if they built a theater, a culture house very close, and they cut the land of the house, so the house has no garden anymore. And it was transformed a couple of years ago into a medical clinic and a surgery. But there was no land, and there were very strict rules from the city hall to provide parking places. So that was was compulsory. And how to do that? The only solution we had is to dig towards the center of the earth and to introduce a robot which is parking the cars over there. Otherwise, they were not allowed to function. And this is what actually allowed us, because the rule said, and that was the power of no, we have to keep the outside of the building because it has some ambiental values. So from inside the courtyard, you can see what happened in order to reach the width of corridors necessary in a hospital and in a clinic and so on. And the equipments and the exterior was kept exactly how it was initially. Architecture is about rights and interdictions, so about rules. And the next example is rugby stadium. It's the National Rugby Stadium in Bucharest, in a place which was given more than 100 years ago from the king himself to the rugby league, which was founded there. So, but the rules in the area are quite strict, because we have a very nice neighborhood on the left-hand side, which is protected, and we also have some very nice parks on the right-hand side, we all know from Bucharest. So the height is imposed, and also some relationships with the neighboring monuments, which one of them, or the most important, is a church which is on the right corner of the stadium. What we produced here was simply following the rules. And by following the rules, what came out is, in our opinion, of good scale. And the most important thing which came out was the relation with the monument through transparency. By not building the corner, actually we were not able to build a corner because the street was there already. So there is a relation which is very much appreciated also by the public and also by the people from the street, because there's a double side relationship, inside, outside, through transparency. Next struggle is among the three positions you can have vis-à-vis architecture or in relation with architecture: ownership, the right to use, and the right to build, which are not the same thing. But most of the people consider that if you own something, you have the right to use and you have the right to build, which is exactly not true. Because to own, this is sacrosanct. You have to have how can I say, the guarantee of ownership. To use, this is something which comes out from the permission you get from the owners and also somewhere from the neighbors. And to build, this is something else. To build has to do with ownership, but has to do very much with this community, with the society, which decides actually what. And this is another example, again in my hometown, in Cluj, in Romania. It was a former factory from the 50s, from after the war, which was closed and sold and tried to be developed. And because of the rules of zoning, we demonstrated to the client that it's better to keep one of the buildings, the major buildings over there, because in case we demolish it, the efficiency of the land decreases. So we cannot build so close to the edge of the site. We cannot build so much surface of offices, because this is an R&D compound. So we consolidated the existing building, and we put a cantilevered part above. We moved the parking, underground parking beside, because the building had no basement, and the water is quite high. And the result, which is actually very much appreciated by the neighbors, is the fact that the inner courtyard of the factory is now a public space, which is not closed by night. So it's a permanent public space, which is used also by inhabitants and also by people which are working here. All right, two more. Architecture is about personal endeavor and collective, always in common. And this is the stadium, one of the stadiums, the two stadiums in my home city. We designed both of them, but this one was an adventure because it was the third stadium in the same place, and it was a big debate. The first one was opened in 1911. The second one after 50 years, and the third one ours after another 50 years. So it was a big debate to keep it on the same place, which was history already, or to move it somewhere else outside the city. Finally, the decision makers decided to keep it there, but it was very challenging because we have to increase the size. And as you can see, there's a stadium between an alley of a main park and the river. So the solution was to create a kind of a diagonal asymmetry in order to accommodate the tribunes and the spaces, and to create a promenade around, which is giving us the transparency and the continuity through transparency of the park through the building. The final result stays there. And the last one refers to the fact that I think planning is political everywhere. Demolishing is bureaucratic, unfortunately. It has to become something political also. And building is technical. Well, of course, each of them has a little bit of the other. But here we have an example of a place which was reserved by the city for a parking garage in the city center. But the parking garage was half towards the city center of my hometown, and half was inside the main historical cemetery. So it was quite complicated to interfere. The result was the fact that we create a building which stays into the two worlds, the historical center and the cemetery. And of course, you can see that we try to have a facade which is again transparent for allowing air and light to pass through, and which is made out of wood. And of course, the portion which is in the city looks like a building which is in the city. But I think in the future, architecture will be much more about to build or not to build. There was somebody in Denmark saying that a long time ago. I think we are going to say this all over the world. Thank you very much. And please allow me to rush and to give the floor to Sabina now, which is going to dive us into the world of technology and materials.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sabina Gustav. In Aluprof, I'm mainly responsible for coordination of architectural projects. And I'm very happy to be here today. Congratulations to Zumtobel for this nice inspiration center. And before I will go to the point, I would like to invite you to join me for a moment to watch this short video.
Imagine a city that serves people by creating optimal conditions for life, by nurturing their health and comfort, by making it possible for their families, communities, and careers to develop unimpeded. A city which looks after our planet by emitting no greenhouse gases at all, by producing zero waste. A city which is wholly self-sufficient in energy, raw materials, and water. A city with a carbon footprint of zero. A city born of transparent, ethical principles for running a business and interpersonal relationships. A city that functions in accordance with those rules. Tomorrow's city. And we can create it today. Iluprof. Let's build a better future.
This presented material perfectly shows how do we see the future cities should be. Unfortunately, according to BIM House research, construction industry still applies for 23% of air pollution, 40% of drinking water pollution, and up to 50% of all landfill wastes. And what is more, not many people realize that buildings still are the main energy consumers, accounting for 40% of total energy consumption and 36% of greenhouse gas emissions. And this raises a question, so what we can do, how we can change it? Well, a key step, of course, always lies under taking a right approach during designing process. And this leads us carefully to the idea of caring architecture. Habibek also somehow mentioned about this idea in her presentation. This idea goes a bit farther than sustainable development, sustainable design. Because it focuses not only about eco-friendly materials like wood or aluminum, but also on how they are sourced and who is affected. This holistic approach cares about the environment and also about people involved, from production materials also to building use and maintenance. And today, I would like to present you, from my point of view, one of the best examples of effective implementation of this caring architecture idea. This is Sarah Kulturhu's experience. Maybe you have heard about this project. This is one of the tallest buildings constructed from the wood in the world. Designed by the white architecture that are also present today during this festival and completed in 2021, Sarah Kulturhus is something more than just a building. It brings together cultural and exhibition center, which constitutes this lower part of the building, together with luxury hotel and spa as 80 meters tall tower. And what is also very specific for this building, and it's special, it's definitely its building material, cross-laminated timber, which is strong, renewable, and of course, locally sourced. The building is constructed on the, as I mentioned, on the solid timber construction with highly degree of prefabrication and large-scale elements. And I need to admit that this was also a big challenge for our engineers, because on one hand, we needed to propose solutions that would be able to combine this wood construction with heavy glass panels, and on the other hand, still meet the strong technical parameters like high thermal insulation and acoustic insulation. And finally, we proposed the following solution. So the lower part was mainly constructed from the mullion transom facade MBSR50NH+, which is capable of supporting glass panels even up to 1,100 kilos, while also at the same time offering extremely panoramic view. And the system is also characterized with great thermal insulation. It received certificate from Passive House Institute from Darmstadt, and also it provides very good sound acoustic insulation, and it's also easy to install. And this tower part, the hotel part, was mainly constructed from prefabricated elements with glazing panels, offering amazing view and making impressions that this tower is floating over the cultural center. And what is also very important to add, this higher part was constructed of double facade. The outer part it was specially designed for this project, unitized facade MBSW55, which obtained a special sustainable certificate from Swedish Institute of Assessment Materials. And the outer part was made of Windows systems based on MB86 SE, which is characterized mainly by high thermal insulation and its durability. And for the purpose of this project, our BIM department created special 3D visualizations, mainly prepared in SketchUp software. And this was especially created just to help architects to understand how the systems will work. And definitely it streamlined somehow decision-making process. And Sera Kulturhus doesn't meet just the sustainable rules. It goes farther beyond. At the moment, it stores more carbon dioxide that it produces. It runs 100% on recyclable energy. And even though it's very important that smart AI systems, they are taking care about use of energy, and even they give back some additional energy to the city grid. And all those efforts, smart design, using materials, thanks to all of these efforts, the project obtained a lot of different kind of prestigious awards, and also sustainable certifications, including Gold BREEAM, Swedish Gold BREEAM. At Aluprof, we know how important for US designers and architects is to have an access to precise and reliable information. So that's why we created our BIM library, including different kind of models for our windows, doors, facade, fire rating, also sunshades and pergola solutions. And because of them, you can streamline your projects. You can always be assured that all details are accurate to the project, and you can, of course, minimize the risks. And if about our technical support, so we always trying to be very close to architects and designers from the first beginning of designing process. We help, of course, to choose the right system. Sometimes our engineers, as we could see in case of Sala Kulturhus, can develop different kind of bespoke solutions. We, of course, offer the whole quotations, CAD preparations, and also our BIM department can prepare different kind of models for particular projects internally in-house in our company. I hope that this short presentation somehow sparked you to continue the conversation about this project or maybe about another projects in the foyer. I would like to also invite you to visit our booth, Aluprof booth. I'm together today with my colleagues Magdalena Płocica, the head of our BIM department, and Dawid Sołtysek, also technical support coordinator, and we will be delighted to respond to all your questions. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Sabina. So we should trust professionals. That's a good advice. Marta, you have to complete this panel with a different and special perspective you have upon architecture. The floor is yours.
Let me just preface this by saying I'm not an architect, I'm not showing projects, and I'm not telling you about my company. My goal is, at the end of this session, when most people are looking at their phones and are bored to tears, is 10 minutes to ask you to please reflect about some questions. I don't have the answers, but I do have questions, and I would be very sad if everyone said, I know the answer. I would like to ask you to reflect, and then maybe we can have a dialogue later on. Are architects relevant today? And if they are, can they have an impact, or maybe they're not relevant at all? And what is the role of architecture in society, and what are the challenges? And if we look at the past, we can see what the office used to look like. Some offices still do. Or the book by Spiro Kostof from the 70s that talked about a very linear process. The architect interprets the client and builds what the client wants. Some people say, and I think it's a mistake, but that's a personal opinion, the architect is the director of an orchestra. And other people say it's more like a mashup by putting things together. Or some people say we should be like the Bauhaus, have many allied fields working together. And other people say architects should be politically active and protest. Is there an identity crisis? Well, you can imagine, I think that there is. And if we look at the criticism and critiques, we have lots of gatekeepers, lots of rules, lots of police state people telling us what to do, but we also have criticism from outside the profession as well as inside. And I invite you to look at this letter, an open letter from Amy Choi. It was written back in the 70s, I believe, or 80s, and it still holds true today. We often sit around talking about projects we have never visited, we will never visit, and passing judgment on things that we'll never see, working late hours into the night and on the weekends, and what for? I think a lot of this has to do with the pressures that architects are feeling nowadays. Part of it is the lack of evolution of the profession of the construction industry, the way in banks work, the way insurance companies work, but there are real pressures that we feel. Technology is one, and I'm sure all of you are thinking, how do I address technology in the office in my projects? Climate change is another area where we have lots of rules and regulations, we have facts, but we don't have a clear way forward because our world is evolving. We don't have all the data, and we probably never will. Circular economy is a word that we hear very often, and we're told, well, let's make a circular economy. But this needs new industries, new ways of thinking about materials and products. We have new materials, but we may also have old materials that we want to give new uses to, another pressure on the profession. And finally, rapid urbanization is something that we see in many places in the world. What does this mean? And I would say that rapid urbanization also includes migration. It includes movement of people due to wars, climate crisis, or because they're looking for new opportunities. So what is the role of architectural education in all of this? Should we be making specialists? Should we be making generalists? Should we go back to an old model? Should we try out new models? And I think that there are some new models, alternative practices, and I would advocate for not having one definition of what is the architect, but allowing for many, many definitions. And if we look to alternative practices, we may get some inspiration. I don't think it's the only model, I don't think it's the only answer, but it may be a source of a way forward. And the questions I'd like to ask you to think about in your practice, as you judge other buildings, as you speak with your colleagues, what about questions of underrepresentation? What about questions of a Western model only? What about questions of neocolonialism? What about questions of gender? And what about the climate crisis and the environment? I think many people feel today we cannot mitigate the climate crisis, but we need to be adaptive. Can we include adaptability in the buildings and spaces and cities that we're building? What about migration? What about globalization? What about population flows? Often architecture is a static photograph of the way it's designed and the way it's completed. But what about all of these changes? You know, that temporary housing for people in dire situations, usually the average length of people occupying temporary housing is 17 years. So temporary has a different meaning for different circumstances. And then what about collaboration in the future? Do we bring in the engineers and the landscape architects at the end of a process, of our creative process? Or do we learn languages, do we learn vocabulary, and do we learn the value of combining professions from the beginning? And then finally, what about the architect as citizen? It's surprising to me that in a place like the European community, the European Parliament, there are so few architects. Out of the 700 or so parliamentarians, there are just less than a handful. Maybe it's only one or two. That would be a way to be a citizen in a very active way, but just being a citizen by questioning, by talking, by pondering some of these issues is also a way to be a great citizen. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Marta. You gave us a lot of food for thoughts. But, well, we are a little bit late, but we are supposed to have a small conversation, and I hope you are a little bit in the mood of let's tackling one single issue, if you like to focus on something, and I will start from the conclusions of Marta, of course, because we are trying to qualify the present tense and also to interrogate the future. So my question would be, do you agree that we are facing maybe incremental but quite strong changes in the profession of architect, in the landscape of architecture and construction and environment, and however you want to call it, because it's melted and it depends on everything. Everything depends on everything, I would say. And my question will tackle the issue: do we direct as a profession towards a better position? Are we challenged more than in the past, or we are losing terrain and are little by little replaced by, I don't know, somebody else, something else? What do you feel? Who wants to start? I will feed you with microphones.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Marta. A lot of questions to think about, and I'm sure many of us think about some of them daily, and some of them just based on the project or situation. And I think the question you're posing is just so global. If we look at Europe, or if we look at the countries, or like the developing countries that are just emerging in their maybe, you know, the push, the drive of development, urbanization, creating something also special, making an impact. Or if we look at the Southeast Asia or China, they're all moving in different speeds. Or if we look at the Middle East, that is booming, but we're all questioning for how long. I think it's just so much depends on the location. And I think it depends on the practice and your kind of individual, I think for everyone here today, is your individual stand and your individual kind of values and the projects that you're working on. And for me, because I look at it working globally, and I see so many different, completely different challenges that are being faced by the architects in different countries. So I think definitely the self-education and the integrity and the belief in what you're doing is very, very, very important. But to answer your question, I think we are losing the drive a little bit. I think so. I think we are losing to technology. We are losing to non-architects that can do maybe faster things, but not as thoughtful. I do think. And I think we are losing a little bit to AI. I think we are losing to generally the increasing and the ever-increasing speed of everything. But just we will see the results as we will not see this today. So I think if we stand to our values and, as a profession and as professionals, then it will show the results. From very, very thoughtful projects like Habibi's projects, I think they're very, very important to any project that has the value for the society and the individuals, that taking into account the adaptability, I think is very important. But how do we convey it to the clients? That is, I think that's the question, the people who pay money.
So there is no paradise for architects yet. Thank you very much for your insights. Habibi, what do you think? I think you close it. Take the other one.
1, 2.
Okay, it works.
It works, yeah. You're talking about the changing in our profession. Yes. Architecture is about changing everything to better. Now the profession is changing itself. I think it changes throughout history. We are not doing the same thing the historical architecture used to do. And I am optimistic. I will think that change is for better things. And I think changing and progress is not all the time going forward, and it's not a straight line. It's like a dashed line. Sometimes you leave empty spaces behind you, and then in the part of the history, you come back and just fill the empty spaces. So don't worry, if we go wrong direction, we can come back and correct it.
Well, thank you very much for that. I think we are in the same gang. Marta, you ask a lot of questions, but one answer, please. What's your feeling? You saw so much architecture.
Yeah, I think that there are a couple big problems. One big problem maybe has to do with society being polarized. And some people say, oh, I know what an architect is. I know what they are. And I think that coming from academia, coming from my experience, I think that we need to enlarge the definition. An architect is, in my opinion, is not the man who designs a building and then comes and explains it. I think architects have many, many values. I think the greatest one is the thought process, the ability to imagine a different future. And I think that the essence can be expressed in different professions within architecture. You don't have to be the designer. You can be many things. That's one problem. I think the second problem is communication. Here we are talking, we're with architects, we're with professionals, and it's a very special and a very inspiring situation. But if architects want to have agency, they need to be able to communicate to a broader audience. And it's very difficult to do because we're often not trained to do that. We don't communicate values, we communicate projects, we communicate details. And I think that we don't always believe that the public can have an informed opinion. We think somehow they're ignorant. Well, I'm not an architect and I'm not ignorant.
That's
But
for
it-
sure.
But it would help me if you're saying, I can do a sustainable building, and you talk to me about my reality, my house, my neighborhood, not just what you do. Or if you want to talk about, I engage with stakeholders. Well, there are different ways to engage with stakeholders. It's not always sitting at a table and designing a house. So I think we need to think about how do we communicate and what do we communicate to encourage a broader public, people in government, private sector, to embrace the great talent and the vision that architects have.
Thank you for that. I totally agree. Sabina, you're coming from the land of technology, materials. Do you miss architects? Do you need them more? What's your opinion?
Oh, definitely. Thank you very much for this question. As you mentioned, Shaban, I'm not architect, but for 18 years I'm working for this industry. So I'm observing what's going on, how also architecture is changing, and how many challenges you are facing all day. It's not only about great projects with great visions, with sometimes very difficult, how we can say, technology to use, because sometimes they are very, very demanding projects with some curved, decorative models, etc. But on the other hand, you need to also, you have on one thing, you have more softwares, more tools like AI, Zaha is using a lot of different kind of experimental issues. But on the other hand, as you mentioned, Marta, there are another problems, globalization, migrations, some politician problems. So this is a big challenge, definitely. But for us as industry, definitely a big challenge. When I started my job for Aluprof 18 years ago, we had only few projects with individual solutions. Now, almost all projects, in US, all projects. They need to have some individual approach, some individual solutions. So this is for sure challenging for us.
So looking for human touch.
Yes, but on the other hand, exactly, on the other hand, the issue of sustainability, on one hand. But on the other hand, budget. And sometimes we have always facing about that. People are resigning, for example, from sunshade solutions because of the budget. And this is a big, for example, architects, they know what is the good effect of such kind of solution, but they can't convince investor because of money.
So
and this is a problem. This is a real problem.
So you support collectiveness?
Of course, definitely, and we always try to support architects somehow, also in this communication side.
Great. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please a big hand of applause to these wonderful ladies. And thank you very much for sharing this with us. And now it's my pleasure to step to the next point. I invite you in the audience or other duties you have. Please let me call on stage an old friend of mine coming from Lebanon. This is Wasim Nagy. He has a lot of hats, but the most important today is the fact that you're an ambassador of SHARE in Lebanon. You are going to run a conversation about Mediterranean architecture. And you were involved in UMAR, in the Association Union of Architects of Mediterranean, and so on and so forth. So please allow me to leave you alone because I'm going to the other duty on the other stage. And let us see, you are going to tell me tonight to a glass of wine what is new in Mediterranean architecture. And I'll kindly ask my friend from the technique to shut off my microphone for 20 minutes.
Hello. I would like to welcome you all in this Share Architects event. And I would like to welcome you on this panel. I also would like to call my colleagues, Ambassador. First of all, I would like to call Andre Pizzotto, Ambassador Share Architects Society in Malta. I'm not sure if he's with us now. Alongside my colleague Esra Aydinoğlu, from Ambassador of Share Architects in Turkey, to join us here, please, on the stage. My friend Christos Christodoulou, the Share Ambassador in Cyprus, please welcome us on this panel on board. So I think Andre is not with us. Hopefully he will join soon. The title of this panel is Mediterranean Architecture. Mediterranean architecture, if you just maybe close your eyes and think about what is the Mediterranean, I think most of us will be thinking of the quality of light. Speaking of light in this Zoom to Bell fantastic venue, the sunshine, the bright light of sunshine, liquid sunshine, maybe the sound of the Mediterranean waves, maybe the scent of trees, citrus trees and pine trees, and maybe the sense of civilizations perfectly blended with earth. But this is not poetry. I think these are the raw materials of architecture. Throughout the past civilizations, since the antiquity, somehow the Mediterranean was dominated by almost the same eras, which blended all the culture all around the Mediterranean. Although it's three continents we are speaking about: the southern Europe, the north of Africa, and the west of Asia. But somehow, if we read the architectural evolution and the urban evolution throughout the past thousands of years, we noticed that somehow it was in a coherent blend. Until maybe the second half of 20th century and the beginning of the third millennium, with the multiple states that has been established after the Great Wars and shortly before, we have now a diversity that is affecting the practice. And nowadays we are asking ourselves for the last several decades, are we able to speak about a Mediterranean architecture, the same language that we speak all around this basin? This is a major question. But I think the complexities we are facing on multiple levels, especially on the level of climate change, on the level of mass tourism, the uncontrolled urbanization and fast development, especially on the coastal sides, another level of the multiplicity and diversity in regulations and policies for architecture, which is heavily affecting us. The previous panel were speaking about the decision making. So all of these questions we have raised for maybe hundreds of times. Now we have from multiple fields, for my colleague from the field of practice, Christos Christodoulou, I would like to highlight about the challenges we are facing, the multiple level of challenging. Christos, what do you consider as the most affecting factor in your practice from a point of view of the technical challenges, the technological innovations, among other issues? What do you think are the main issues that we should be prepared for in the upcoming few years in line of these fast and rapid transformations that are happening? In the language of Mediterranean.
First of all, I would like to welcome everybody here in Zoom Tobel and the Share Architecture Awards. And I would like to thank Wasim for the first and a bit difficult question, because there is no really an answer to this, I mean a real answer, because growing up and living within the Mediterranean area, we learn to live with it and learn to respect it, learn to understand the benefits of living in a Mediterranean area, the climate, and we take into consideration all these aspects for us like an everyday parameters in our work. I think that in this period of AI and technological advances, it's a bit difficult for us, the architects, to keep the Mediterranean values, which is respect to the environment, respect to the climate, to the climate of the Mediterranean, and not to get carried away with excessive, let's say, over designs. It's always difficult to keep to be humble in a way to enhance this fragile environment of the Mediterranean, and respect it and use it to our advantage. Let's say that we're trying to use the best of what Mediterranean is offering, which is the sun. So throughout the traditional architecture in Cyprus, the sun, then south-facing rooms were always a must in every house. But at the same time, with the strong heat, you have to protect it as well during the summer and use it wisely in the winter and in the spring and the autumn. So it's challenges like this that nowadays with the technology that we have to incorporate in our everyday designs. It's simple ideas, but it's how you take them to a next level.
Okay. So last question, another question maybe related more to academia. Are we preparing the future architects, Esra? In my opinion, the most challenging element would be related somehow to the environment and the climate change, the heat impact, maybe the overflow of seawater, maybe also the seismic movement that is coming actively in the recent times. How you think we are as architects involved in the a part of the decision making? How we are guiding this on the multiple level, on the level of practice and academia? Are we really able to cope with this amount of challenge and the challenge of time? What is your point of view on this level?
Actually, first of all, I'd like to thank to you, Wasim, for inviting me for this panel, and also thank you to this for this lovely venue for Zumtobel, and also Florin bringing us together. When we talk about climate change in the Mediterranean, carbon is half of the story. The other half is water. And the way our building responds to a rapidly warming and drying climate. The Mediterranean is warming 30% faster than the global average, and this means architecture here cannot remain the same. We must design for a future that is hotter, drier, and far more water stressed. Systems in this region remind us that water scarcity is not new. What is new is the speed and the intensity of the climate change. In the next 20 or 30 years, many Mediterranean cities will experience the climate of places 200 kilometers to the south. So this shift alone should transform how we design our buildings. As an architect, we are trying to convince the audience. We have a huge role here. Of course, in my country, for example, in Turkey, our building stock is not still ready for this climate change. We have about 10 million stocks which are not designed according to this climate change. We immediately refurbish them, retrofit them, and although new legislations are on the way about energy efficiency or due to the limits of climate change, still we have a lot to go. And from my point of view, as architects, we need to, instead of building up new buildings, we need to convince our clients, our customers, our public authorities to refurbish the existing stock, because instead of dismantling them and rebuilding is causing another carbon footprint. So from my point of view as an architect, we have a huge role and we have a huge impact to change this. I'm always checking the full part of the glass. So instead of being stressful about the climate change and the future, I prefer to convince people to design accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Christos, back to you. I myself, being involved in the academic teaching for the last 26 years, I can assure you also, because I'm exposed to multiple academic levels, not only in Lebanon, maybe in Europe and in Asia and Africa. I think the improvement of academic curriculums to cope with the fast changes on the level of technological innovations and upcoming challenges is quite slower than the required pace. When you are hosting like trainees or maybe fresh graduates, architects, how you are facing their know-how and the capacity they are having during the faculty? Are they able to immediately start coping with your requirements at the studio, or you are discovering if there is a certain gap?
Well, in terms of technology, of using the technology as a tool in architecture, I think more or less the young architects now, the young trainees, they're quite good. They're quite trained, and we didn't face any issues with that. The issues we have sometimes is to understand the technological advances in terms of materials, in terms of how you use technology, how you integrate technology within the buildings. So if I have to divide it, I would say that they are quite advanced in terms of technology by using it, but they're not so advanced, and maybe it's a matter of the curriculum, so that they're not so advanced, they're not so competent in understanding technology within buildings and what they can achieve. So going back to the Mediterranean connection, let's say, I mean, Mediterranean architecture is about connecting the inside with the outside. It's about contextualism, it's about materials, local materials. It's how to understand how new materials, new technologies can help them achieve this. It's a big question, and this is something that maybe the schools should emphasize a bit more, but also it's a matter of practicing. And I wouldn't say that because many of the Mediterranean architects, they're trained in non-Mediterranean schools anyway. So you don't really expect them to know everything about the Mediterranean in terms of architecture, but you expect them to learn easily and fast and adapt their knowledge within the architectural framework of the Mediterranean.
I see. On the level of heritage preservation, Esra, don't you think that, I mean, for the iconic architecture from classic eras, everyone agreed that it should be protected, and it is somehow protected. Maybe it is threatened by the mass tourism. But for the non-iconic buildings, I'm speaking here about two sections, the vernacular style and the modern heritage of 20th century. Which is now the trend. I mean, since the early 90s, we start hearing the importance of preserving modern buildings. Although we are witnessing in many parts of the Mediterranean destruction and demolitions of the modern built heritage, And not to mention the mass destruction happening in the western part of the Mediterranean basin due to the political and war condition in Palestine, in Lebanon, and in Syria. But, you finally. Andre. So now it's complete. Now we have the two islands in the Mediterranean and the two mainland. Happy to have you maybe at the end of the panel. Would you brief us about the condition and the situation in Malta on the level of, we've been speaking about the specific characteristic of Mediterranean architecture. Are we still able to spell or mention this term? Would we have a specific Mediterranean architecture, or we are just following the trends and what technology is bringing us?
Okay, so first of all, I must apologize for being late, but I just got to my hotel, so I couldn't get any sooner. Hi, Florian. So we have a particular situation with Cyprus also, but we also have a British tradition. So our urban forms have changed from the traditional vernacular central courtyards, more Arabic kind of layouts, to the more British terraced row house kind of style of building. And that now is being replaced by apartment blocks. So the kind of Mediterranean form of having buildings around courtyards has been gradually lost. We also have transition materials, so we are moving away from a more traditional, not just materials, but also construction technology. So it's much more heavily reliant on concrete. So you can't really call this Mediterranean anymore. But with the emergence of passive design systems and energy performance directives from the European Commission, the Mediterranean form of the vernacular Mediterranean style of architecture is re-emerging because it is the most efficient form of design. So it is cheaper to achieve the energy ratings that you require without the use of renewable energy. So we have new standards now which require us to achieve results both on a passive design system and also with renewables. So and the passive systems are very, very tough. So the rediscovery of the vernacular is becoming more important.
I see. So back to you, Esra. We've been speaking about the heritage preservation, which is basically addressing the non-iconic buildings from the past. I think Turkey, to a certain level, you have these sensitive departments who are really taking care of that, not only for the sake of boosting cultural tourism, but also something related to identity and rooting in the land and the cultural aspect. Can you just brief us what is happening now on the active level of awareness, especially for the non-iconic heritage buildings?
Actually, as we check our heritage, we used to build according to the climate. So today at the urban stage at 4 o'clock, please join us because we will have a project from Turkey, Konya. It's a caravanserai project which belongs to 13th century Selçuk period. And now the restoration has done, and now today it's acting as a hotel. You know, caravanserai is the place where we stay in those centuries with our animals and with our families. Now today it's a luxurious hotel, and it's the start of a new Silk Road project, a cultural route, as you have in Europe, many cultural routes. So, first of all, in Turkey, we started those kinds of projects, mostly in Istanbul, when you please join us in Share Istanbul during February. In Istanbul, we have plenty of projects which are refurbished, and today they're either art centers. Previously, it might be a factory, now turned to a art gallery or a museum. So by bringing back this heritage to our new life without building a new construction, I think it's a very nice solution. First of all, we put our links to our ancestors. Second, we learn while restoring those buildings how they produced solutions, on-site solutions. We not only learn about their attitude, but also their technology at that period without having technology. So I think Istanbul is very good in these projects. All over the Istanbul, you may come and visit most of the heritage projects that are back to our life as a library, a social center, a community center. So this is, I think, as architects, we need to find the right place and bring up the idea and bring those lovely heritage with today's technology back to our architectural life.
Thank you so much. In fact, I've been a member of the Union of Mediterranean Architects, as you are. I was heading this union, and we had a continuous debate since the 90s about how we can improve this communication all around the Mediterranean, despite of the multiple diversity of culture and, differences. But I can assure you, we have reached a certain points of overlaps, but it's not the case that we are really consolidating a case or a movement of Mediterranean architects or architecture. I think the format of similar events like share event, with this casual talks and the presentation of best practices, competitions and so on, this will bring more debates about maybe having things in common and trying to improve our profession and our practice. Hopefully, maybe we will suggest to Florine to dedicate a special event for the Mediterranean and bring all these languages.
I've been telling him to do this for a while.
Within the same platform. Before ending this session, I would like to have a short brief to close from every one of you, starting from you, Esra, please.
Sorry. I think this region, Mediterranean, was a laboratory for the climate change for many, many centuries. So I think now it should be start to be a laboratory for climate resilient change. I think that's my last sentence.
André?
Well, last week I hosted UMAR General Assembly Malta, and we had a conference on this subject. So UMAR also followed on what you're saying, is also planning to develop deeper connections and develop programs for practice, how do I say, kind of trying to align practices across the Mediterranean to kind of align also with what's happening in Europe. So I think the Mediterranean region is starting to come together and work better, I think.
Christos, your turn now.
Okay, wrapping this up, I would say that we should stick to what connects us, which is the Mediterranean Sea, is the weather, is the climate, is the landscape, and of course, having different cultures and different cultural diversities within the Mediterranean region. I mean, it's obvious we cannot really connect on everything. So let's say an eastern part of the Mediterranean is quite different from the North African side or from the South European side, like France or Italy or even Spain. So I would say that we should stick on what connects us and work on those issues, maybe through UMAR, maybe through academia, through practicing, and because we all have a common a common aspect. We love the Mediterranean region. We love what it gives back to us, and we should respect it and just enhance it.
Lovely. Thank you, everyone. I would like to extend my thanks for your efforts coming here and this contribution. To recap once again, even for a short discussion, but this is a very healthy and useful process to keep on communicating, networking, and trying to improve our profession in the best way. Once again, thank you everyone for attending. Thanks for Share Architects for all the organizational effort that brought us together in this fantastic venue. Thank you so much.
I will ask you for sound. Thank you very much. Thank you, Wazim. That was great. Thank you, ambassadors. 4 ambassadors at once. Christos, yeah? I feel like diplomats now. Absolutely. Andre, thank you. How are you? We also love Mediterranean. Be sure of that. All right, it's time to continue, and it's a great pleasure for me to invite on stage Dr. Verena Konrad, who's the director of Vorarlberg Architektur Institute. And together with us, I also invite on stage some designers. Thank you very much. Verena, you will have the floor very soon, but please allow me to invite Wladlen Babczynski, who's an artist and sculptor. And also, okay, you're coming from the other side. Thank you, and please have a seat. Who is the creator of the trophy we are going to award tonight. And also Andrei Botnar, you saw him and you're going to listen for him again, who is the designer of the exhibition we have here. Thank you for being here with us. So Verena, it's your turn. Please, what do you bring us from your institute? Is it working or?
Yes, it's working. Thank you so much for the invitation. And first, welcome to Vorarlberg. I hope you are having a great time here and enjoy not only the conference, but also the short glimpses you get into the building culture here in the region. I would like to, here it already is. So my name is Verena. I'm heading an institute, an educational institute on the topic of architecture and building culture here in the region. And I think this is something quite meaningful, so I will show you some pictures out of our daily life at the Institute. You won't see a single house, but many, many people, and it's about the dialogue about architecture, and I think this is also something we should take, kind of awareness together, because the discourse on architecture is also something that should be designed and should be, of great awareness for us all. So maybe I'm just starting with a short introduction to our institute. So first, I think it's important to understand that we are a private association of members. There's also one member sitting here in the front row. Hello, Angelo. And this is something that is quite important because creating a discourse on architecture means very much about getting in contact to each other, having a kind of respectful togetherness, knowing the work we are all doing. And it's not just an institute where architects come together. In fact, there are many architects who are members of the Institute, of course, but also engineers, people working in administration, in politics. This is something I really would like to share some ideas we have about that kind of architectural policy discourse. We are really doing a lot, but also clients. And I think this is something I really would like to share with you, the meaning of educating future clients. I think this is something we really should spend a lot of time, because as you all know from your practical work, it is not so easy for a client who is doing this not just, maybe just once in a lifetime, to know what he or she exactly wants, and also to take part in a kind of professional dialogue. So what we are doing is to kind of educate the broad public and as you all know, there is no broad public in general. It's many, many people with different needs, different approaches, different experiences we want to address. And this is quite challenging, but also it is wonderful because it's a chance to learn from each other. We also have our institute open for all ages. And that is also something we really take great effort on. So it starts from the early age of 4 or 5 years with kids' workshops, and it goes up. A whole lifetime story. But also quite important is that we have our workshop for those who have a first contact with architecture, as well as for those who have a professional life in architecture. So mainly we do exhibitions, of course. We have a very small space. Some of you just came to our place in the morning and have seen it. But the main focus we have is not to work in our space at the Institute itself, it's working outdoors with the people. So we go to the construction sites, we visit architects and engineers in their offices, we work together with many partners from media and stuff. So we are mainly outside, but also we use our space for a kind of concentration of our discourse with exhibitions we design by ourselves, but also with exhibitions we work on with big other institutions in whole Europe and the whole world, from the CCA in Montreal to the Deutsches Architekturmuseum in Frankfurt, to all the institutions we have in Europe. And this is also quite meaningful because, as I understood the program of Share Architects, we all have the same kind of topics. So it's not so different what we experience and also talk about. And that's what we bring to Vorarlberg as well. So what I really want to share with you is that we take a lot of effort to show the works of young architects. So from the first work they are doing, we put them on stage. So we do not wait for them to have success and win prizes. So from the first moment on, when they come and start their offices or start to work with others in collaborations, we get them on stage, invite them to podiums, invite them for participations to exhibitions, do publications about their work. And also, I think for the architectural discourse, it is really important, or of big importance, to learn how to use the stage, to learn what's relevant on the stage and what's not. And we really spend a lot of time working with the young architects from the beginning of their career. Also, we had a lot of networking, just as you do right now. And this is also something meaningful because doing architectural for education for the public does not mean just to share knowledge, and does not mean to share the experience of a professional work. This is important for sure, and you're doing that wonderful during that conference. But to invite others to that kind of discourse mean that you have to create a safe environment for others to take part. So it's not about frequency, it's about intensity. It's not about frequency, it is creating a kind of emotional, safe environment for those who are not used to talk about that topics to be part of it. And this is something we do in a very what's freudvoll in English? In a way that makes people kind of happy, no? It's just beautiful to come together to create not just events, but also intense dialogue that are meaningful to the people, where they can find that not just safeness, but also inspiration. So it's both to feel emotionally safe to take part, but also to feel inspired. It must be so interesting that I would come to join for the next time, and that is something we do a lot. We work a lot with artists. This is Armin Linke, for example, you might know, Italian artist and photographer, specialized in infrastructure and architecture, now based in Berlin, and a wonderful journalist here from the region. So we bring a lot together, journalists with people who are creative or very innovative in the way in the work they are doing. And this is something that is also not about creating big events. it's about creating meaningful events, so bring together the right people so that there can be a quality in journalism as well. And we have a guest from journalism here also sitting just in front. And I think you know it better than I do, but creating a new awareness for architecture and the built environment in journalism is a very hard thing to do at the moment. So it takes a lot of my time to invite journalists and not just talk about headlines, but really to get deep into the material. This person you might know, and we have good memories. This is Mr. Farrokhshani, and he is from the Aga Khan Award. And also, we are very happy here in the region that we are very local and tiny, you might have noticed, but we are also very international. And there are 2 Aga Khan Prize winners here in the region, which is quite meaningful. And as you know, the Aga Khan Award has a Muslim background. And what many people do not know when coming to the region is that this point on the map has the second largest percentage of Muslim people in Austria, but also in mid-Europe. And that comes from the history of early textile industry. This is super interesting and means that as so many Muslim people are here, we also have a kind of Muslim tradition already in the recent building culture, in the younger building culture here in the region. And this is why we also have, of course, that kind of discourse here very much. And we kind of connect the local community to those really big and global players. And my experience is, and you share that, of course, today too, that it's totally makes no difference if you come from the vernacular, as we have already heard, or a big city, if you come from a university or with a practical background. When people meet in an intimate space and they share the same ideas about the relevance of what they are doing and saying, this is the best way to connect intellectually. And this is something I really want to share with you, that kind of intellectual approach we really have. We work a lot with artists. This is Aristide Antonas, for example. As we had visitors from Greece in the morning, I want to share that with you at the last picture. This is a picture from our exhibition space. So bringing together architecture and arts is also something very meaningful in the region, where craftsmanship and the practical things are so important. And this is something we really want to share with you today. So our main topic is to bring together people, but also art, design, craftsmanship, and the arts. And therefore, we are very happy to have you here as our guests in the region for the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Verena, please have a seat with us, and we will continue soon with a short conversation. And please allow me to engage these 2 gentlemen which contributed to this event. I have the artist who designed the trophy, and the architect who designed the exhibition and the whole event. Gentlemen, was it easy? Was it difficult? Was it different? In what way?
Hello, everyone. Yes, a few years ago we had a meeting with Florin Mindirigiu, the founder of Share Architects, and he launched the idea to create collaborations between architects and artists. So I, as a sculptor, I invited some of my colleagues to exhibit in the Share Architecture conference some years ago.
Was it in Bucharest? Was it in Iași?
Yes, first experience was in Bucharest, and after that we exhibit also at the art center in Iași. But the main collaboration, I think, is the main result of our collaboration. I think is the creation of the Share Architecture Awards trophy, and of course, in each year it's a little bit different because we use different materials. The concept is the same, but
So the idea is to change every year, to have every generation
to
of
bring
awards,
something new, to bring something new and to use raw materials, especially from Romania, if it's possible.
Okay, so a piece of Romanian which goes to all the way. They should know that.
Yes, that's the main idea.
Thank you very much, Vladlen. Andrei, about the exhibition, is there any connection of your design of the exhibition and the space you found here in Zumtobel Forum, or?
Yeah, we try to look at it in both ways. We try to look at the Share Award, what it's trying to achieve, and we try to look at the space that we have still. The Light Forum, which is an incredibly airy exhibition. It's an empty space. It used to be a production space for the Zumtobel, and now it's each transparent box that shows different kinds of use cases for lighting. And that's why Share Architects as well creates this amazing energy around their events. And the main topic that the main concept that we saw through all of this is transparency. And that's because when you're trying and when you're sharing ideas, and as the Institute does it as well, connection with other professions and with young architects, and it's also always trying to share ideas and being transparent with the information that your experience. And we thought that transparency is actually a great word and could be a nice thought experiment for our studio. It was our first exhibition outside of Romania, so we were quite eager to do something. And after all of this, we thought, yeah, okay, let's try transparency and see what we came up with. And we designed this structure with all the finalist exhibitions in polycarbonated. We tried a lot of materials, and we successfully worked with small workshops also in Romania, and did exhibitions with them. Had a lot of experience, and the guys at Zumtobel guided us through their use of the space, and we'd like to thank them as well for reaching out and helping us create this experience for everyone. And as we wanted to guide everyone, we worked together with an architect, Alexandru Mihalake, which helped us with the light exhibition. So we thought of integrating also with Zumtobel use of light cases, and we have the colored exhibition, which puts a spotlight on the trophy that Vladlen created. And people we guided everyone through this exhibition with yellow carpet that I mentioned in the opening, just to take everyone in front of the trophy, get to know the trophy, and what also, like, the Champions League, everyone walks in front of the trophy, and you go through this lighting effect, which gets colorful shadows on the walls. So each person that goes through it can see that actually it's not just a trophy, but it's actually composed of a lot of elements and a lot of the shadows which are in the background. It's also the same with winning the trophy. It's not just you won a trophy, but it's about all the experience that's behind it and the people you've worked with, and it decomposed in a lot of ways,
I start getting the feeling that was quite a good experience, but not a very easy one.
No.
Can you tell me what was the most difficult thing you encountered while doing this?
I think we did a lot of experiments. So for us, it was mainly a huge experiment. We started working on this in the spring, I think. And the first, we thought about all the spaces in each little box. So we have a great analysis. For me, it was a huge pleasure to get to see the building after knowing each and every box of it in plan, and I knew the design and the work that Zumtobel did over the years, and seeing it in place, I was quite excited for understanding the building. It was just an experiment for us. We tried a lot of things, and eventually I think the clearest and most transparent idea.
How many alternatives did you produce?
I think we have more than 10 alternatives for the whole space.
You can do an exhibition of exhibitions.
Yeah, we can, definitely. I mean, if the Institute is interested, we can definitely organize something.
Yeah. Vladlen, do you want to intervene on this?
Yes, I want to mention that each trophy, wooden trophy, is handcrafted. And for me, the most difficult was to create the same shapes for each piece. And I think the result is very nice, and the texture of the wood creates the uniqueness of each trophy.
All right. We are going to see them tonight, not tonight, tomorrow. All right.
They are
displayed. They are displayed.
Already, yes.
We are going to see them in the hands of the winners. This is what I meant. Yes, guys, thank you very much. Verena, would you allow me to engage in a short conversation, because we are, of course, fascinated about what you're actually doing with, how do you call it, VI or FI?
If it's positive in your mind, it's fine. Some people
Okay.
call it like they want, and it's fine. So it's Vorarlberger Architekturinstitut,
Yeah,
so that's okay.
All right, but just how do you
Complicated.
call it day to day? It's a FI or?
Many say FI, but we say VWI, but that's
Yeah, yeah.
German, so say FI.
Of
It's
course.
fine.
Selbstverständlich. All right, so my question is, how old are you as an institute?
So nearly 30, but we are the youngest in Austria. And so this is something also interesting because it comes a lot out of cultural politics in Austria. So during the 1990s, there was a kind of very progressive movement in Austrian cultural politics. And many, many institutions come from that kind of short period where 2 or 3 open minds created a kind of atmosphere where many of our associations and institutions, and also big institutions like the Kunsthaus Bregenz here in the region, were founded. So it's just a small, 2 or 3 years where many of these institutions were founded. And there is such a kind of institution in every federal state of Austria, which means a lot. And this is also something that's quite important for our work, because we are very local. We act international, okay, but we are very local, so we are very near to the everyday life of the people, and that makes a huge difference. So it's not the big museum where you kind of enter and consume something, because people can really take part in that kind of movement. They do not have to be members. Our members are they have a solidarity thinking, so our members are kind of supporting us to make it available for everyone with no costs.
Yeah.
And that is the big difference.
Fantastic. So do you mean that each state, each region of Austria has its own architecture institute?
Yes, in Vienna you might know the Architekturzentrum Wien, for
that one,
example.
we know because it's classic, but I
in
suppose
Graz,
you have
Haus der
one
Architektur.
in Steiermark or
In Graz, yes, exactly.
in other places?
Exactly.
Or,
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And we
In
have
Salzburg or-
we have also our board together where we discuss a lot, because architectural politics in Austria, of course, we have a lot in common, and so we support each other and also are sharing exhibitions and networks and stuff.
Fantastic. The other question I would like to address you, how it's financed?
Well,
Maybe mixed or, yeah.
It's end of the year, don't ask me that. No,
Just
but,
in principle.
Yes,
Yeah.
in principle, we have a lot still. We still have a lot of public support. I think that might change during the next years, so we are preparing to that kind of change. Also, our members are supporting us, but that's just a small amount, because for the principle of solidarity, which people also have to kind of learn, it's important that everyone can take part, also in supporting. So we start with a very small amount and then a bit more for companies like Zumtobel, who are also part, of course. But I think the main thing that it's a private-public partnership also in a way. And also we can sell some of our products. Our products are intellectual ones. So we are writing books, for example, that we can sell and stuff. So that's also a tiny part.
Yeah,
of our
great. Do you have any comments on the work this gentleman did?
I have seen
Okay.
it by going in, and it's beautiful. And the exhibition, I still have to show, but we can do it together if you want. So it would be great.
Definitely. I also wanted to say, because in the morning we missed the guided tour, but me and my colleagues wanted to go anyway to the institute, and we went there. And I was surprised by the openness of the people who greeted us. And they told us that at the moment there's no exhibition, but they got it as a true, should go and see that, like the Stadtbibliothek, which we visited. And they offered us a small guide just to go by ourselves and enjoy good architecture in the city of Dombrin, which I really appreciated, they were really nice people there. So I encourage everyone to, I think tomorrow they have a small event, so I encourage everyone to go and see for themselves.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We should stop now because we are in face of a break, a deserved break. And thank you very much, all of you, for your contribution. And please stay with us as long as you can. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a break up to let me see, 15:40, when we are waiting for you for the next speakers. Thank you very much.
Hello? Hello, please. We will start the second session for the jury live presentations. So I'm inviting all the studios for the second session to join us to the room number 1, room number 2, and room number 3. So please join us for the jury live sessions because we will start in fixed 5 minutes from now. At the same time, I'm inviting the jurors to join the rooms, please. We will start at 3:40 with the main stage. And in parallel, I'm inviting to join Spotlight stage, Studio Experience stage, and Urban stage. So we can follow presentations on 4 stages in parallel. Șerban? Șerban? Ești aici? Tu ești pe la metrou. Fine. So please check your agenda and see when is your presentation and where is your presentation. And we will start in 4 minutes for now, so please join the jury live sessions rooms and join us for the stages.
¿Está disponible? No. ¿No?
No. Okay, and at the reception you can buy the finalist projects catalog. It's open for everyone. You can take it from the reception. Okay.
No, merci.
Mr.
Okay.
Fernando Menis, please. Fernando Menis.
Florin, I will invite everybody on.
It's coming.
On stage. Fernando is not in the...
Just a moment, Sherban, I'm very sorry.
All right.
If Evgenia Pitsugin from Zaha Hadid. Evgenia, please come for the room number 2 for the jury.
Yeah, Fernando.
Yeah, Fernando.
Please approach. We are starting the next session. And I am kindly inviting to stage the following great speakers. François Valentini. François, where are you? He's going to come. Rainer Schmidt. I hope they are not... Okay. Ah, François, je te vois. Please join me. Rainer Schmidt, are you with us? Have you seen Rainer, François? No? And Ankela Valteri from Everest. Ankela? And of course, Peter. Peter, I can see you. Peter Murray. Slowly, there's no need to rush. We are here, waiting for you. François, I think we've met in Bucharest some years ago. It's very happy. I'm very happy to see you again. You were always taking us into a travel into arts world, which I think is the best part of architecture. So, Peter, join us. We are here. We are a good team here in the second session. I was surrounded by ladies in the first one.
Now by men.
Yeah, now by men. But I also waiting for Ankela Valteri. Ankela, maybe she will come later.
And Rainer is around.
Yeah. Maybe they are finishing. François, je pense que tu peux commencer. I think that you may start. Yeah? Please, the floor is yours. Coming from Luxembourg, founder of Valentini HVP Architects. Somebody is going to put us a counter or something. I can tell you. You have...
60 minutes.
I'm checking your time. 12 minutes. 12. 1, 2. Don't blame on me.
Okay, I will start. First, good afternoon. Everybody knows that architecture is a very hard job, and so I can only survive with drawings, and because it takes so much time to construct and to plan, that I should understand first how it works. How works this thing? How it...
Maybe you should direct it towards...
Don't work. They steal me some minutes now.
Can we get some... Not this one, this one. See?
Okay.
In the middle.
So my approach to architecture is not really intellectual, so I make my first reflections on very basic requirements and point of views. That means, what is beauty? Today it's forbidden to talk about beauty, but over the centuries, the architects and the civilizations developed some approach to do something beautiful. Because you feel better if you are in a beautiful and environment. Of course, beauty is something very subjective. It's not, but over the cultures and over the educations and over different people, we have key reasons which are similar over different cultures. So here you can see it, and that brings me to the point, what we search? We search chaos or harmony. And we have so much rules today to define the urban design, and in the end we produce chaos. Maybe chaos is our future, I don't know. So I reduce my reflections on harmony, because I think that beauty or a good architecture is defined by harmony. So harmony is defined by different points, by nature, by light, by materials, by illusions, by colors, and by space, by nature. And so I research my forms by drawings, by to imagine something not real. But sometimes in our job we don't know what is real and what is not real. So that brings me in projects to show in a rural environment. This is in my home village. It is a museum for ecologic. So it is, I bring it in harmony with the nature, with the material, and also with the form, and with the construction, of course. Or in Luxembourg City, which is built on different plateaus, and you see the new environment, which is very chaotical, but we try to do it with a harmony with the material, and also you can see how I try to find form, inspiration to find the form, the contrast between outside and inside. So rustic steel and something noble. Or, for example, a project, you have a boring environment and the client asks you to do something different. This I like. So you can find, you can do the opposite, and you bring something with a colorful approach to this. Or in a... So it works, it's better, so I can move. Or in the south of Luxembourg, because Luxembourg is not so a big country, but we have a north and also a south. So this in industrial environment, we made revitalization of this space, and we put the library for the university in Luxembourg there. And you can see on the old construction the traces from the time. We made photos from the dust which was on the windows from this old construction, and we printed on the facades. So we survive the dust from 1 century survived, and we printed, and this gives us a nice light inside the building. So. Of course, I can explain why the form it is, because all the elements we've come out are spaces which are very calm. So this is a project in Austria, and I like to work with the environment, with the genius loci. So to bring the formal language inside your project. So you can find these stone walls inside the vineyards, and I brought it in this building for a dental university. 80 kilometers far from Vienna. So I started my first contact in China was during the World Expo in 2010, and I teach there. This was our office there, and so here are some drawings and maquettes how I developed the project for the Luxembourg Pavilion in Shanghai for the World Expo. So it is the image, the transformation of a single family house in Luxembourg, and so I confronted this with the apartments and the housings in China. This is in front of the Forbidden City, a gallery for an art collector, and here the intention was to have a Chinese feeling and to bring this feeling in the architecture. So next Shanghai, we developed in the cultural exhibition hall, and also in a Chinese style. So to bring it in the feeling of this environment. This is because in reality, I hate the international style. I hate it. I love to eat very special when I'm in China, when I'm in UK, or when I'm in Romania, or in Germany. I like to have the food from this place. So I like also people from this place, and I like architecture from this place. Other experience for me, it was Brazil, and it's a long story, but a very happy story. And I developed this project. It's a concert hall, nowhere, in a big environment, tropical environment, and so I developed this. It's an open audience and a covered audience, and I developed this from the acoustic to have the reflection surfaces. It's low budget because we have no windows, we have only parts which are have air conditioning. That is where the instruments are, and the building is turned in the direction that the winds can flow through the building. So I made some pictures there. So here's the site. The second building is a facility building, and so on. So it is constructed with concrete and wood, and projected with concrete shot concrete. Yeah. So it's for an audience for 1,500 people upstairs and downstairs. So different impression for lights, and for 10 days before we made the inauguration of the building, we made this lake, because it is important that you have the reflection from the building inside the darkness of the night. So some years ago we made our foundation. In this foundation you can find all my reflections about reality and fictions. So we can find our projects and our drawings, and so it is in a small village in which I was born, and we put all our our money and our intellectual sources inside this, and so this is what we do when we are not in our office. So you can see some different projects, and so I was a bit fast because 12 minutes it's a bit short.
Well, yeah, You are sculpting. You are, yeah, amazing. Well, please let me introduce the next speaker, and then in the end we are going to have a chat, all of us. So I'm kindly presenting Rainer Schmidt, who is a Landschaft architect, so landscape architect, and an urban planner, which is important. They are going together, landscape with planning, and an old friend of Cher. Rainer, I'm very happy to have you here again. Please, the floor is yours. And you are Anelka, welcome.
Yep.
Or, yeah?
Servan, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you for the interviews. We have only 12 minutes, and that's a problem. So I talk about what I do in the 12 minutes, and I decided to do something. How we work, and what is landscape architecture? And landscape architecture is a private and public open space. Landscape architecture. Space. That means streets, squares, public green spaces. Then landscape architecture is a business card of the city. That means it forms identity. And that's all projects from us. That is Killersberg. I will talk about later about this. Then landscape architecture is the stage of inhabitants of a city. That's in Hangzhou project. That is a social space for all people. That's in Saudi Arabia. Then we have landscape architecture. It's not working. The architecture is a space for leisure and for recreation. Landscape architecture is ecological and disabled areas in a city. Landscape architecture are productive open spaces, like for urban gardening. You produce something in the city. Landscape architecture is a fifth facade. That's a project in Shanghai, Land Rover City, and projects in Munich, the school project in Unterföhring. And landscape architecture is a lot of things. Sustainability is biodiversity, is water management, climate management, energy management, noise protection, soil protection, waste circulations, a lot of different things. But in the basic thing, landscape architecture is function. It has to work. It is the building spaces to live, to interact. It's form. It is, of course, the atmosphere, urban integration, social structures. But the basic for landscape architecture is the concept. And I always say landscape architecture is not planting some trees and doing a little bit of lawn and some shrubs and some footpaths. Landscape architecture are concepts. And what are concepts? Is different possibilities for concepts. The narratives, and the first thing to telling a story, that's this micro-macro. This is the structure of a leaf, and the leaf structure is basic for footpaths. In other things, we see some structures for cells, and the cells are different stories about micro-macro. We're telling about a story from microstructures will be macro. You see the big net, for example, and you are always being in this net, the micro-macro structure. The other thing is telling about a story about the history of the place. All this project of Killersberg Park, this was a former quarry, and we're telling a story about the quarry. I will later talk about this. Could be a story about bionic structures, like the Olympic Park in Munich, or like the construction of the airport in Stuttgart and Hamburg. Could be something to work with serious elements, repeating one element more and more, working with the structure of alienation, the wrapped trees, some umbrellas in the river, and with alienation, working with projects of emptiness, nothing, doing nothing, the empty space, working with the elements of chaos, different mixture of the elements, working with elements of architecture references, so working with the structure of the buildings. Altogether, landscape architecture has a lot of functionality. It has to be community spaces, has spaces for ecological spaces, for blue and green management, this means water management and climate management, are spaces for production of for vegetables to harvest, for wood to harvest, and is also a space for the next generation, an open space international. So now 4 projects in 7 minutes about how we work. There's a park of Killesberg. It's a park in Stuttgart. This was before it was a fair of Stuttgart. It was big halls. It was all covered with buildings and covered with areas. And the first thing what we have done, you see around this, the big red lines. This are the red lines of the quarry. This was a former quarry. And then you have seen before. It was all. Why it's not working? All covered with buildings. And the next what we have done.
Maybe up there.
Next what we have done is that we have the healing the topography. The first thing, healing the topography, that we're healing the whole mountain structure, so the topography, and make a very clear structure. You see it on the contour lines of the highlands. That's very clear structure. The second thing, we're starting to telling a story. At first we have urban planning structure. We are adapting the buildings on both sides. Left-hand side, the villa structures. Right-hand side, we have the Art Academy and the Weißenhof-Siedlung. And we have a new quartier with a new Bauhaus settlement, residential settlement of the 21st century. And then we're developing this. This is a former quarry, and we show that it's carving something out, the stones. And we're developing such a structure. We have this lawn structure, very healing, and then we're carving out the footpaths. And we're getting a structure like this. So you see it's a very calm meadow going up with a strong slope. And then we're carving in the footpaths. And then we have something what's very interesting. We have a 2-level park. So the peoples are very deep until here, and we have an upper level. And you can see that the people are inside and outside in the footpaths. And the thing is that you're losing the perception of people. Where are the people? How big are the people? What is the distance to the people? Because our eye is in the perception normally has some scales. What we have in our perception. Now we change the scales, and the interesting thing is that we have a water feature, we have water management. All under the park is a big cistern covering the water, but we have this big area, and then we have the people inside, and then now we have back. We have in the new development, the new Weißenhof-Siedlung, new Bauhaus-Siedlung, we have a bakery, and on the bakery you can rent a picnic basket. And the people rent this biscuit carpet with a blanket and with some wine and with some things, sitting on the hills and watching the people. Because it's a big stage, people watching, and how is moving these people in this footpath system. And this footpath system is nicht rational, is irrational. It is not a footpath system what really feeds to one end to another end. So it's like a network, and so it's for the people very interesting to watching the people in this network and seeing these people only in different sites and seeing a new perception of people in this park. Second project is this square in Nuremberg in Germany. And it's on the backside of the main station. And all areas around are very dense. Very dense, and this was a competition. And it was the only entry has done, we make a green square. Not a covered square with stones, a green square. because our philosophy was we need something to do with the people that they have green. And we know all that's the area. The area around the station is not very safe. So we have an open square. We have some steps down, and an open square. So it's safe, but it's a form of space. And I think the battery is not good here. Form of space going down, and through the deeper level, we're bringing a space inside, a multifunctional space for the people, and working with the relationship around. We take out the structures of the building around as a form of this, as a big bicycle garage, and so on. So next space, that's a museum in Munich. It's a national museum in Munich. And we're starting to designing the front of the building with a new entrance garden. It's a deeper parterre garden. We're working with this loop. We're changing this loop and make a slope from the museum down and a back slope to the museum. And so we have three steps and getting a deeper situation in front of the building and building and creating a space, a bigger space in front of the building for this big tower from Gabriel from Seidel. And so it's a special form, an entry area of the space. And then the courtyard, we're working with the windows forms of the building, and brings this window from the building in the garden, and designing this parterre garden in the courtyard of this museum. So the last project, 1 minute. This is a project in Munich, Parkstadt Schwabing. It's 40 hectares from the sites, and we have along the highway. We have office buildings and 2 high-rise buildings. In the middle, a big park. This park is from facade to facade 7 meters, 70 meters, 70 meters. Not very much, and they have a length of 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer in the length. So we have a problem really with the space. And our concept is to bring spaces. We have also divided this park in different areas with the tree planting, and we creating different spaces. And then we create this big pavilions. And big pavilions, we have buildings with a height of 25 and of another height of 35 meters. And it's 70 meters, so we are working with the proportion. And the pavilions of 10 meters, is big pergolas, and this is the size of a normal villa, normal house. And this is a scale for the user, the human scale, create the human scale. And then we create to each of this pavilion a special theme garden, and this theme garden telling the stories between Munich and the Alps. And because from the higher buildings, everybody think about how nice is the landscape between the mountains and Munich, and so we have different gardens, theme gardens, telling a story about the landscape between Munich and the mountains. Thank you.
Thank you. What a punctuality. It was fantastic. We have the timer here, and it was at a second. Amazing, Rainer. Very nice project you have. I think we will have some time to exchange some ideas a little bit later on. Now I'm inviting the next speaker, which is Ankela Valteri, who is from Everest, who's a partner of our event. Ankela, what are you going to tell us today? Let's see. You can use the mobile microphone if you like, or...
I just have this. Okay. Hi, my name is Ankela. I'm one of the architects of the company. A little bit about our company. Everest was established in 1997, continuing with a fast-growing production capacity in the construction field, the aluminum field, automotive industry, and PVC production. We currently have 80 employees working in our technical offices and 900 employees working in aluminum production. A main goal as a company is recycle, reuse, reduce. We currently use approximately 85 to 90% of recycled aluminum material coming from scraps that are gathered from all around the region. Now, a little bit about our systems. Starting from the ones that are used for larger buildings, such as skyscrapers, we have the unitized structural facade. This facade comes in two types, the structural and the semi-structural facade. Our newest system for the facade is the E50M series. It has high thermal and sound efficiency and also comes in two types, structural and semi-structural. Our next system is the window wall. This system is created primarily for the American market because it has a low cost of assembling. And we have two types, the outswing and the inswing system. Moving to our next system, we have the storefront series. Being present in the US market made us adapt with American systems, creating the storefront series. And it comes in two types, thermal and not thermal. So our main systems are separated into two categories, tilt and turn and sliding. Starting with the tilt and turn systems, so based on thermal and acoustic isolation, we have managed to create higher performance systems ranked based on economical value. Here we have the 65 series. Then we have the tilt and turn. It also comes in a hidden sash series. Systems. We also have the bullet resistant series. And to the system that I want to focus more today, the EV hybrid. So this system is created from the merging of aluminum and PVC. It has the thermal isolation of PVC and the structure of aluminum. It is easily assembled. This system is made out of 100% recycled product, and it's also 100% recyclable. This is a Passive House certified product, but with a lower cost. Our next systems are the aluminum with wood. These are some of the series. Now for our sliding systems, starting from the most economic to the ones with the best performance. Our next system is the minimal slide system. It is one of our newest systems, mainly used for residential villas near the seaside. So the innovation of this new system is the central nod with the dimensions of 15 millimeters. Another participating field of our company is the PVC production. We currently have two systems in the market. And then there's the ventilated facade. A few types that we have is the everboard cladding, aluminum composite panel, terracotta and bricks, guillotine system, the pergola system. So why should you choose Everest? We have a wide product portfolio, energy efficient, thermally 0.7 UV passive house certification, acoustically 49 decibel efficiency, innovation, improvement, and quality focus. And we are crafted to bring the architect's vision to life. These are some of our projects. One of our projects and most highly anticipated developments is the Atlantic Club. It's located in the beach town of Long Branch, less than 50 miles from Lower Manhattan. So the developer of this project is Roy Stillman. His goal is to create a laid-back atmosphere that blends top-tier architecture, design, and art within the seaside resort community. So we offered a solution with these systems. And one of the systems that we suggested was the minimal slide to give the idea of open spaces and uncluttered forms, creating a sense of calm and sophistication. Since it was built on the ocean front, there were criteria requiring reinforced systems because there is a risk of storms and flooding. Another one of our projects is the Novus building in North Carolina. Over 23,000 meters square of ground floor retail with 27 floors of residential above. So for this project, we suggested these systems. Since the architect used the steel perimeter frame, at Everest we decided to create a version below that is more economical, lighter in weight, corrosion resistant, easier to manage, and simpler to install. That's why we suggested the window wall system. These are the technical details. Another project is the Fort Lee in New Jersey. So the architect's initial proposal was with composite panels, but considering the wide variety of colors requested by the architect, we proposed our Everboard solution as it comes in a wide range of colors. And these are the technical details. Another building is the Portside in New Jersey. This is a perimeter facade. So the initial closures could have been with composite panels, but since the architect wanted as much glass as possible, an Everest corner solution was designed to appear entirely glass. The existing profile is the first one, and then the solution, we came up with a solution that has more glass in the profile. These are the technical details of the louvers. So this is another building in New York. So since this area was very high acoustic pollution, one of the systems that was suggested and proposed, because it offers a high thermal and acoustic performance, is the hybrid. For this project, the Industry City in New York, so these buildings, the City Council insisted on preserving the architectural integrity of the building. So for this project, we designed a whole new system to adapt the building's requirements. And these are the technical details. Another building is the Monitor on Brooklyn, New York. Since it is located in a neighborhood with heavy traffic, we chose the hybrid because it offers high thermal and acoustic performance. As you can see, we have this lift and slide and the tilt and turn hybrid system. It was not a small project, but rather a combination of several products with the passive house standard. Also for the facade, we chose the E34 because it offers a more minimal and aesthetically pleasing appearance. Another project is in Hilton Garden in East London. We replicated a vertical sunshade, similar to a brise soleil, to align with the architect's design. And these are more of our projects that we've done across the US and Europe as well. This is also in Manhattan. These are some projects across Europe. One in Malta. This is Everest. Thank you all. And if you have any further questions, you're welcome to join our stand.
Thank you very much, Angela. Come down from Everest. Please have a seat. And we'll go further. And it's my pleasure to invite the chairman of New London Architecture and the London Society, which is Peter Murray, and our generous co-chairman of the jury this edition. Peter, the floor is yours. We are curious to see why a city needs city architects.
So I've become very interested about architects and how they need more influence in many cities. There are plenty of cities in Europe that have very effective city architects, but in Britain we used to have city architects, and this was the city architect of London who was there from 1953 to 1956. Here he's standing with Le Corbusier, and he ran the largest architectural office in the whole world at the time. And then in the 1980s, the idea of having architects in the public sector was reduced, and this was our last city architect. He called himself a civic architect, and he, as you can see here, he finished his job in 2010. So that's the last time in Britain we had a city architect, except that when we had an elected mayor in London back in 2000, our first elected mayor, his job was to create a London plan, and his first advisor was Lord Richard Rogers, and here's Rogers is photographed at an exhibition I organized in 1986, which was when he set out his ideas about public space in cities and how you improve the greening of cities. And this was basis of a lot of his thinking towards the idea of cities for a small planet, which are denser cities, compact cities, and cities that are sustainable. And this formed the basis of his thinking around a London plan at the time. And so we have had a London plan influenced by Richard Rogers in London for the past 24 years, and it has worked very well. But we need to think very carefully about what are the wider aspects of the role of city architects. And this is a photograph of the city architect of Litmyshil in the Czech Republic. She has been the city architect for some 30 years, worked very effectively with the mayors of the town, and the mayors have always had a very specific approach. All the last 5 mayors, they have a similar political thrust. And in all the cities I've been looking at recently to study the idea, the relationship between the city leader and the city architect is really very important for their success. And so she has actually created commissions for really interesting projects. This bridge which connects two parts of the town together. There's another view of the bridge. She has also commissioned a lot of really nice new buildings, very elegant buildings, and the whole town is now seen as a key example. There's a great book about it, a key example of how a city architect can beautify a city. And so there should be another slide. Yes, and not only looking after new buildings, commissioning new buildings, but also looking after the heritage of the town and all the approaches and the restoration of the buildings. It's a great city and a great example of what architects can do when they have a role with influence, and a role with influence that connects well with politicians. And now I've got some videos of city architects, which I took recently
in Copenhagen. My role is to be an advisor for the council, for the department, the technical department, on matters concerning urban development and architecture. So I'm not part of the line, as we say. I have no say, yes or no. But the council and the department can ask my advice in matters concerning architecture and urban development. So I actually have 3 roles in my job, one being an advisor, the other is educating my colleagues at the department on matters concerning architecture and urban development, hosting courses and talks and debates internally in the department. And my third role is to be in dialogue with the public, the citizens of Copenhagen, the stakeholders, the developers, the architects and engineers of the city, to have a constant dialogue on how to improve the city, how to create good projects, basically how to develop the city in the right direction, obviously also how to execute the strategies and the policies decided by the politicians. So you might say I'm a little bit of a translator, trying to translate politics into action in the city, but also trying to translate the possible solutions that the market and the developers and the architects invent into the political system. So I move back and forth, you might say, from the politicians and the rest of society. That's kind of the part of my role.
My name is Thorleif Falk. I'm the city architect of Stockholm. In Stockholm we had a tradition of city architects since 1661. And I'm actually the 19th city architect in Stockholm. Today it's a role that's kind of a senior advisor for strategies for urban planning and architecture, but also as a specialist in some specific projects where I'm quite involved in almost details. I'm an advisor for my staff and also for the politicians, and as well as the architects out in town and the developers and builders. So I'm kind of diplomat for architecture and city planning in Stockholm.
So I'm the city architect of Malmö. My name's Finn Williams, and my job is really being responsible for the design of the way the city changes. And I would say my predecessors were more focused on working with planning permissions, working on a building by building basis. I think we're seeing a shift even in the 3.5 years since I've gone to Malmö, of my influence being less around individual projects, less even about new buildings and physical change, to being much more about how we can take care of what we already have and work with the city's existing character and communities. Every major city in Sweden has a city architect. I think there are about 150 who have that position. Every single one of those city architects has a different job description, and even within a city that job description will change with the individual that has that role. The role in Malmö, I'm actually the 10th city architect in Malmö since 1862. Yeah, in many ways I think success in my role would be making Malmö's future development feel like it belongs to Malmö as it is today. It's an extraordinary city. It's the most diverse city in Scandinavia. It's also got the youngest population. It's the fastest growing. It's got the most dynamic economy. But in a funny way, a sign of success would be if at the end of my tenure, Malmö is recognizable for what's great about it today.
So what is the bouwmeester, or maître architect in Brussels also? So perhaps what is it not? So I'm, in my case, not the head of the planning administration. So I'm not in the hierarchy of the administration. I'm also not the one that is deciding on planning permits. That's the urban Brussels, or the permitting department. I'm not the one dealing only with the city, with the own project of the city. So in that sense, the bouwmeester is not like the city architect as it exists in many cities. And some of the things we've been learning here is the fact that there is not just one type of city architect or one definition, that it's a bit different everywhere. And that's, in fact, also, I think, the richness of our European cities. On the other hand, I'm not just a consultant and I'm not a politician, working closely with politicians, but not a politician myself. So the bouwmeester is appointed by the government, but working in an independent position. So this could look like a paradox, but it's crucial. So I'm paid to be critical towards the government. Of course, you shouldn't be critical every day and so on, then you're not enjoying your job. And also then they will try to get rid of you. So you have to find the right balance. And the only task is very general, but specific at the same time. It's improving design quality of all urban projects. What is, in my view, important, a kind of critical success factor, you could say, of city architects? So the first thing is this independence. I think a certain level of independence is necessary. So if you're just the head of the administration and you have a lot of work with the administration and signing everything, you then have this kind of freedom of taking initiatives. So you have to have enough time, and also the position, the independent position, where you can take your own initiatives, where you can bring change, where you can start a dynamic. So that's why you have to be independent. Of course, also in terms of content, that's what I explained, you should comment on quality in urban design decisions, and so you have to be able to have a kind of freedom of speech. A second factor is, I think it's useful to be in and out of the system. Because city architects Some people think they don't understand. They think, but it is a kind of hybrid position. Where are you now? Are you in the administration or not in the administration? Are you belonging to the government or not belonging to the government? It's not always clear, and I think that's useful because it means you can connect people. You can work on both sides. You can try to develop trust on both sides. You are a kind of bridging figure. And therefore it's necessary that you are on both sides in every level, so not just towards the government. For instance, my joke is often that I'm very proud that in my cell phone I have the private number of the biggest developer in Brussels, so the CEO of the biggest development company, but also, let's say, of the most extreme left activist. And I don't agree with them all of the time, of course, and that would be because you're also somewhere mediating. But it proves that you can be respected by both sides, and you have to work on that. So that's why it's important to be in a kind of position that is perhaps unclear. So there is an advantage in it. And the last thing is, but they are all in fact linked. You should be able to work in a transversal way. Because today, the challenges of the cities, the challenge of climate, social challenges, challenges of affordability, those are wicked problems. So you cannot solve them within one silo, within one discipline. You'll have to look for collaboration. And so because the Bouwmeester in Belgium doesn't belong to nobody, to anyone, you can work with everybody. So I think it's there again, this kind of neutral position, this kind of free position enables you to look for transversal collaboration, because today that's what we need in dealing with cities.
So that's it. Can we just get back to the last slide? As you see, city architects do very different ways. They don't necessarily design all buildings, but they control the strategy. And my time is up, but I'll leave you with this. What are the list of things that city architects might do? Each city, they have a different role, but this is the Danish government architectural policy. And I think these are the sort of issues which city architects need to deal with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Please keep the microphone. Keep it with you. Keep the microphone, please, because we are in the moment of short conversation, and I'm sharing the microphones with everybody. Please come closer eventually, and also giving you. And right. Okay. So really interesting. Puzzle of contributions you all brought here. And I noted a few notions which maybe we can try to attach in a sentence or in several sentences, but to focus, to create, to strengthen the puzzle. So I heard about chaos and mastering the chaos. You both mentioned the chaos. I heard about beauty. In your talk, it was obvious in your talk, and you mentioned as a point in a policy on the agenda of a city architect, which is important. You mentioned public spaces and landscapes, which is also related with the duties of the public architect and the city. And really interesting thing you brought lately about the mission of this person who may be, as the guys stated, completely different from a place to another. So my question to all of you, including yourself, you brought us a lot of pictures from US. I have no idea. Maybe you have. How are things going there in terms of mastering the chaos, and which is eventually our subject. So please feel free to build built upon according to your wish. Who wants to start? Rainer.
I start with your first terms, beauty. Beauty. And what is beauty? And what is art and what is not art, but it looks like art.
Oh.
And the same is beauty. What is beauty and what looks like beauty? And I tell always to my students, you have to design something, and then come a woman. We call this Lieschen Müller. This is a nickname. Lieschen Müller, a simple woman. Don't understanding something from architecture, don't understanding something about art or something like this. But she goes in a park, and then they thought, oh, something special here. I feel me introduced on this. I don't know why, but it's something special here. And this is something about beauty. To feel, to getting something from this building, so this park or something this, and don't why it is something. And so I say that something, if something has a concept and is telling a story, not understanding the story, but it is something special, then it's something what is coming to this, oh yeah, okay, that's telling a story, is something special. And it's something a form of beauty. So it is something with an intellectual background. And yes, that is beauty.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rainer. Go ahead, François.
Okay. I talk about chaos and, of course, of beauty. And I guess we are similar. We have a similar approach, which is based maybe on the 19th century in Germany. Huh? And for me, even chaos can be positive if you have positive vibes. So you mentioned it now. You said you feel something special. So it means you have a positive experience. And if you have a negative experience, this is a real chaos. And it can be, you are in an environment which is not in an equilibrium, in a balance, or which is not beautiful in the common sense. But you could have a positive feeling, and if it is a positive feeling, it is beauty. And life today, if you have a look on the television and you see every day negative information. So if you receive negative information, this is not beautiful. So this is the opposite. So you should have a positive experience, and if you have a positive experience, it's good for your health, it's good for your mind, it's good for everything. And so you reflect this to your opposite, to your companions. So this is my definition. So it's not only a formal harmony or beauty, it's not only based on, oh, this is a beautiful environment, yeah, but what you receive from this environment. And if you receive this positive feedback, so this is real.
It's a consequence.
Yes, and art, it may be a different discussion, because, but for me, not really.
So it's a consequence. It's a positive consequence. Yeah. That has to do with beauty. You both stated that, and you also mentioned that chaos can be beautiful.
It can be, of course. If you are in a balance, and if you come in a environment, it's not yours. It's a new culture. It's a new. You can understand the language. So you see a lot of informations and you can nothing do with this. So you are in, it's chaos, it's chaotic for you. But if you start to analyze the signs, the signals you receive, for example, you are in China, I don't speak Chinese, I cannot read the panels. It's a mega city. You have a lot of lights, and the architecture is so different. And so, but when you start to compare the smell you have in a restaurant or in the street or in the on the banks from a river in China, in Europe, it's so different. And you start to understand what is behind, so you receive this positive feedback.
I got it.
Yeah? But when you are in a beautiful and harmonious old city in Europe, and you see a neolight on the wrong place, your feelings crash. You understand?
Of course.
Additional to this, with scale, we all talking about trees. It's very beautiful, and it's just climate trees and production of oxygen and something like this and so on. But the trees are another thing, and there's elements of scale. Because normally, normal man is about 1.7, 1.8 in the height. The beginning of the branches by a tree is 3.5. So if to bring this in relationship, 1.8 to 3.5, so you have the golden section, the golden harmony. And so it's very important to have a lot of trees in relationship of scale, because then you have a well atmosphere, good harmony, and a very good scale. So that's just very important for trees, not only for designing the public space, and so all the forces feeling for the good feeling in the scale. And so it's very important also by facades to have a good. I give it to you there about scale in the facades. Maybe you can talk about your facades and aluminium facades and scale.
Yeah, just like I explained in our presentation, we have a few types of facades, and yeah, we try to incorporate them with the architect's desires and needs to give the best results. So the building can be functional and pleasing to the eye as well.
Well, that's a good challenge. Peter, you seem like thinking about something.
Well, I think about beauty a lot, and I think that bringing beauty to cities is one of the jobs that city architects would have in commissioning projects that are beautiful. But as we all know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and there are some people who find beauty in chaos, and some people who find beauty in order, or indeed beauty in harmony, perhaps, which is the greatest of all, I think. But I would say that generally, if you have the right guy in charge, he can do a lot better than having nobody in charge at all. Because when you're putting cities together, I think it's actually nothing to do with style. And there are lots of debates in the UK and I think Scandinavia particularly about, everything needs to be classical or modern or not classical, not or traditional. It's when you're dealing with cities, you're actually shaping spaces within cities. You're creating relationships between groups of buildings, and I think that aesthetics are secondary very much to the way that you create a hierarchy in cities, the way the spaces between the buildings are managed. And I also think it's something where you engage the public in thinking about new buildings, which is why my role at New London Architects has always been about engaging the public in the debate. And we've had some very interesting projects in London where now where there is major infill projects going on public housing developments. There is a ballot taken with the local residents about whether they like the projects which are being delivered. And when this idea came in, everyone thought, oh, this is going to stop everything, the residents all hate it, but actually, and we've been having presentations today, the presentations of the architects to the residents, getting engaged with the residents and thinking about the design. About 95% of these projects, they actually go through quicker, and the residents like it because of their engagement in the whole process, and they understand why architects make the decisions they do and how they're going to deliver a better environment for living.
That's interesting. I think you have to need to know how to organize such a process, which is quite delicate because of possible manipulations or misunderstandings or wrong expectancies, or I don't know what kind of trends we can find.
Yeah, well, you see, talking about city architects, as I said, Richard Rogers was an advisor to our first elected mayor in 2000, and we've had to accommodate another 2 million people within London over that period, and his policy was very much around the idea that all development for London should take place within the Greater London area to stop suburban sprawl into the countryside. That meant densification and taller buildings. And in some areas, that becomes very controversial.
Is the legacy of Richard Rogers still valid? Is the legacy of these ideas?
I mean, it has been brilliant. One, it has created a much more sustainable city, because all new development is transport-oriented, so all the densification happened around areas with good transport. So, if we have new office buildings, you don't have any car parking for office buildings at all. And so we're increasing the amount of active travel in London based on the plan. A lot of the densification happened on brownfield sites, and so actually there was very little resistance to residents around it because it wasn't that close, it wasn't in their backyard. And now I think over that period, now people have got used to the fact that actually in order to have an efficient, effective city, you need densification, but you need good infrastructure to go with that.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I would like to continue this conversation, but unfortunately we ran out of time and we have to stop here. And so please allow me to thank you all for your contributions, and please give a hand of applause to my guests, my invited guests.
Welcome.
And looking to the program, I have to handle to somebody else for the next point, but I don't know if somebody from Caucasus and Central Asia is here. Are you? All right. I'm sorry, I have to move to the other scene. Are you able to master this? Yeah. All right. It's okay. I leave you in good hands. I will be back.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? Okay. So my name is Razmik. I am the ambassador of Shared Architects in Armenia. We will try to talk about architecture in Caucasus and Asia. So I would like to invite to the stage. Just a second, sorry. Yeah. So first guest will be Dilnoza Ahmad. She is the ambassador of Shared Architects in Uzbekistan and chief architect and head of the Perfect Design ARH. Welcome to the stage. Next one is a representative from Georgia, Georgi Khmaladze. He is the founder of Georgi Khmaladze Architects, as I mentioned, from Georgia. He is here. And Alexei Ivzhenko, founder Bazire Design from Kazakhstan. Hello. And welcome to the stage. I'm happy that you present our region. As I mentioned, I am also from Caucasus, but I would like to talk about more different countries than Armenia. So just talking about, just to give the context of our countries, could you please explain in 2-3 sentences about the context in our country in terms of architecture? Like what are the what are the potentials? What is the reality? Which kind of processes are going on, and these kind of things? Maybe who would like to start?
Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. So to give a brief context, where we are now in Georgia is, so we are now in the period of actually rapid construction. After Georgia was part of Soviet Union, as you know, and after the fall and after separation, we had this long period of nothing, actually. And then during our previous government, there was this strong push towards new developments. The country started to position itself as a European nation. And in this context, we had a lot of new construction going on, which were state initiated, but these were public projects. And then with the change of government, with current government, something shifted, but the private sector is now building really strong. So we have really, how to say, big playground, let's say, so for architects and in this sector at the moment.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Alexei. I'm from Kazakhstan, Almaty, and it was a capital of the biggest country in USSR after Russia. And then in 1997, the capital was moved to Astana. Everybody were mad about that, saying that it's a really not the best idea to change the capital. But now everybody understands that that was a fantastic idea which saved our fantastic city, Almaty, near the mountains. We have a lot of oil, we have a lot of money, but sometimes we don't have enough of architectural roots, architectural culture to put this money into the proper directions. And in this case, we have a lot of really bad developments with the bad facades, with the, I don't know how to say, I'm feeling guilty for this because I'm working for 17 years in Kazakhstan, and maybe 20% of that been made by myself. I'm sorry about that. Now it's getting better, and I think such kind of conferences rise in the culture of architects, and we can be as close to the European way of designing as possible. We'll try our best.
Алексей, мне поможете переводить, потому что девушка что-то пропала. Хорошо. Добрый день, уважаемые спикеры, уважаемые коллеги. Для меня большое удовольствие сегодня выступать здесь, в прекрасном Доромбирне. Прежде всего хочу выразить благодарность мистеру Флорину за приглашение.
I'm going to be a translator. Dilnaz is from Uzbekistan, from Tashkent, and I'm from Kazakhstan, so we're neighbors, and I'm going to help you. And she would like to say thank you to Mr. Florin for such a wonderful invitation to be here in Dorban.
Я посол Узбекистана, Share Architects. Центральная Азия – это регион многовековой истории градостроительства.
I'm the ambassador of Share Architects in Uzbekistan, and Central Asia is.
Центральная Азия – многовековая история.
So Central Asia is the region with lots of centuries of architecture and ancient construction.
В последние годы наша страна демонстрирует активную и стремительную трансформацию, создаются новые общественные пространства, модернизируются исторические центры, запускаются крупные градостроительные проекты. Одним из ключевых направлений трансформации стал проект New Tashkent.
And for the last years, the Uzbekistan has been really transformed towards new developments, the huge projects, and one of the biggest and most well-known projects is called New Tashkent.
Это крупнейшая современная градостроительная инициатива страны. Именно для этого проекта создан дизайн-код.
So this is the biggest urban designing project in the country, and I guess in the whole Central Asia district. And the special designing team has been created to implement this project.
Его цель – сформировать единый визуальный язык, современный, устойчивый, экологичный и при этом глубоко укорененный в узбекском архитектурном традиции.
The general idea of this development is to create the new high-quality mixed-use development together with the strong cultural roots of architecture.
Показательный пример такого подхода – проект центра Аль-Шер-Наваи, разработанный компанией Zaha Hadid Architects.
One of the greatest example of such kind of approach to design the new projects in Uzbekistan is the project by Zaha Hadid Architects, is the cultural center after Al-Shar-Наваи.
Это один из самых обсуждаемых проектов в последнее время. В нем традиционные узбекские мотивы, ритмика арок, пластика, пространства. Орнаментальные линии получили современные, футуристические, но все еще узнаваемые звучения.
This is one of the most famous projects in the world at the present moment, which is discussed in terms of how the contemporary Zaha Hadid's architecture mixed with ancient Uzbekistan roots, materials, etc.
Это подтверждает, что современная архитектура может бережно работать с наследием, сохраняя культурный код и одновременно направляя его в будущее.
This project shows how the contemporary architecture can work together with the ancient architectural decisions, ideas, and traditions, to forwarding it to the future.
Недавно в сентябре в Ташкенте прошел международный форум Share Узбекистан, и многие спикеры, посетившие Бухару, Самарканд, впервые были глубоко впечатлены масштабом сохраненного наследия.
The Share Architects Forum had been held in September, maybe 2 months ago, and the architects from all over the world and Europe were shocked after visiting Bukhara, Samarkand, and Tashkent about the way of the traditions, culture, and architectural ideas based on ancient experience.
Но важно подчеркнуть, Узбекистан развивается.
But it's really important to underline that Uzbekistan is developing widely.
Сегодня по всей стране реализуются десятки крупных инициатив от восстановления исторических кварталов до строительства новых жилых районов.
A lot of projects are developing not only about the new developments, but redesigning, revitalizing the old architectural landscape.
Наша цель – создавать живые, устойчивые, удобные города, которые сохраняют свою идентичность и отвечают вызовам 21 века.
Our general idea is to create the high-quality, human-scaled spaces, which will reflect the ideas of 21st centuries.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, that was my first experience as a translator.
You were doing really good. Thank you very much for this introduction. I would like to talk also about, Georgi, you mentioned about the investment type, like public and private investments. How do you see, how is it developing like during the time? Like, because I think, for instance, in Armenia, it is more like mainly public investments, like mainly public investment constructions. How is it the situation in Georgia, and how do you see? Do you think it will develop more towards the public sector, like the government will be able to invest more in the architecture and construction?
Yeah. So as I said earlier, we had this period of probably 7 years when the government was really proactively involved in construction, and they were boosting this industry with this infrastructure and public projects. With the current government, we have less involvement. But recently there have been the new program which was announced, which envisions building new infrastructure for football stadiums. It's in a preparation for the event. I don't remember. It's in the future, in a couple of years. So, from my understanding, that's the only large-scale intervention of the government in this sector. So basically, I don't know. Usually, these things happen when there is the financial crisis, like the government does involve to boost the sector, but at the moment, private sector is blooming, and yeah. This is how we are now continuing. Yeah,
just to elaborate a little bit and to give an idea about this topic, what is going on in Armenia. Like, government started to invest a lot in the education, so even not in the capital, also in the other cities. So they are trying to initiate this boost and invest to the education. And we have this very huge, ambitious, large program. It is called Academic City, which they want to move all the universities from the city center, because it is in the city center, and move to the outskirts of the Yerevan. So it is, right now it's under the concept design, but they have this long-term vision to move all the universities to the other part of the city. Could you elaborate a little on this question? In Kazakhstan, what is going on?
Thank you. Speaking frankly, we had a huge problem with education right now. That's true. That's not a secret. Maybe it's hard to tell. And now we have the new president. He rules the country for 5 years already, and he's developing a lot in the educational system. But I think the idea of moving the universities outside of the city is not the best one, because most of the people, young students, come from the villages to be in the city. And that's why, for example, we designed the biggest university in Almaty. It's 50 hectares in the city center, and it's going to be built in 5 years. So thanks to that, I guess we're going to have much more quality of climate in terms of education. влияет на изменение климата относительно архитектуры? Там, то, что сейчас у вас в образование вкладывает,
Да,
эти проекты появляются.
По общем,
Ну, в плане
во всех
архитектуры
сферах.
больше, да.
План
В плане архитектуры.
У нас в Узбекистане в последнее время очень хорошие эти условия создаются на образование. Для архитектурный строительный университет построено очень большое здание и, как вам сказать, ну, хорошо это дает.
Now we have a new wave in Uzbekistan that the huge building had been constructed to organize the architectural university there, and it's getting better and better. And thanks to the political ideas of the new president, the architectural and development climate is much better than it was before.
Так сказали, да?
Да, так сказал.
Все, спасибо.
Okay, just to talk about this, I wouldn't like to be this as a traditional like panel discussion. If you have any questions to the other panelists, like you are more than welcome. Just telling this, yeah.
Excuse me, I've been several times to Georgia, to Tbilisi, and I felt in love in the city together with my wife. You know, and your culture, the way you smile, the way you cook things.
Nice to hear it.
Yes. And for example, I saw several examples of really contemporary architecture, like this building where you register all the people. I don't know.
Public service hall.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's fantastic. I mean, and why nothing is happening right now in towards this direction? I haven't seen the new contemporary buildings in Tbilisi for a while. Sorry for asking me.
So the project that you are mentioning, it was part of that government initiative when they were rebuilding the country. They were rebuilding all the services. They were rebuilding the way the government works and the institutions work. So the building that you were mentioning, the public service hall, it was a big, important initiative to break down the corruption and to optimize the services, to unify all the services within one place, so you don't have to walk and travel around all these institutions in order to register a company, or I don't know, to register whatever. So it was this project was the result of this new way of creating and optimizing these services to people. So one window concept. It was they call it this way. And of course, it was important for them to architecturally also make it more visible. And at that moment, a lot of foreign architects were also invited. This particular building is designed by Massimiliano Fuxas. And then it was when these new interesting buildings popped up in the city, and also not in Tbilisi only, also in the regions of Georgia. But now when we mostly have private developments, you don't see that much of innovation in terms of striking architecture, because it's not public, it's not government funded, and so things work differently with private sector. But there are indeed some interesting also examples happening now, but not on that scale. No.
Thank you. I know that Maximiliano Fuxas is responsible for this iSalone conference, huge building complex. and how people in Georgia and Tbilisi reacted. What was their attitude towards this super contemporary glass unexpectedly appeared architecture? I'm just wondering. I know about your traditions and everything.
It's a good point. And you know, this building is really large. And in terms of scale, it's very much visible. And it's within the historic boundary of a protected zone of the city. And yes, there was a big wave of criticism. It was an important intervention. There are some other also. So there is another, his project across the river, which is also not the bridge. It's by Michele De Lucchi, but that one was also that one received a lot of criticism as well. But you know, the thing is that Georgia has always been very diverse in that terms. During its history, we had the architecture has been influenced by European architecture at some point, then by Soviet, and so it was always like on a crossroads of cultures, and as a result, in terms of architecture, it's very diverse. So at some point, even these new structures that you're mentioning, they found their place in minds, you know, of the society, and now they act as symbols and icons as well. So now they are, you know, very well perceived in terms of in this context of diversity that we have in a city. Yeah.
Thank you. Один вопрос. Вот здание Тадауанда, что у вас появилось, чья была идея? Тадауанда, японец проектирует музей. The final question to Ms. Dilnaz from Uzbekistan. Tadao Ando designed the new museum in the city center of Tashkent. I'm just asking whose idea was to bring the superstar architect from Tokyo to Uzbekistan? Dilnaz said that it was government's idea, so lucky they are, they have a government who likes Tadao Ando.
Okay, just a quick another question, because I would like to talk about the public spaces, like because it's like in all the countries, almost all the countries, when the government comes to invest on public spaces, it means like the government can be able and is able to invest in spaces which are for people, not for the businesses and so on. And the question is like, what's the situation of designing and creating public spaces in your countries, or maybe you have experience of designing or creating those kind of spaces? Yeah. Or if you would like to answer.
Can you answer or no?
You want to answer?
I have not been involved.
Okay. But what's the overall situation of public invests in the public spaces? Because, for instance, I can give you the example of Yerevan, like the capital of Armenia. Like we can see that it is happening in Yerevan, that city authorities are started to invest in the public spaces. So they are trying to revitalize those spaces for people, for the citizens, and it gives their effects. Like it gives the brings the quality of life in a better level, no? If you have such an examples in your countries or...
Yes, it's funny because we won the contest to design the park in the city center of Almaty. It was 3 years ago, and because 4 years ago we had a terrible problems in political way, somebody tried to get rid of our political system, and we had a lot of deaths and everything, and the government organized the contest on the place of the General President House, which were almost destroyed. So we designed the lake instead of the huge President's Palace. And now this park opened 2 months ago. And now we have a lot of greenery and lake in the city center, and we're proud that we are the architect of this project. Thank you.
Okay. Unfortunately, we are out of time. Just Florian mentioned about that. This was just, we have tried to just simply and in a shorter way to show what is going on in these regions in terms of architecture, investments, and yeah. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the panelists. I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are in front of the third one. So I'm kindly inviting you to the main stage and to the parallel stages. Don't forget about them. Please approach. I'm going to call on stage our... Yes, of course, come close to me. It's very informal. This is Fernando Menis. How are you, Fernando?
I am very well.
That's good. That's good. We are also happy to be here, to have you here. And I'm also calling Anna Flor, if she hears me. And maybe she will approach. People are very busy with the juries and with all the parallel activities, but we are gathering little by little, slowly. If Anna Flor hears me, I'm inviting her to stage, and also Oscar Norelius. I saw Oscar earlier. Maybe he's also involved in a jury. Who else? I think Kerem. Kerem is one of ours. Kerem Yazgan. Kerem, I don't recognize you in the public, but little by little we are coming to the stage. Okay, Kerem, please join us. Good. Fernando, how are you doing? You can use flying microphone.
I am very happy to be here.
Yeah.
This is not my first time because all my life I work with Zumtobel. And I come here even before with another decoration, and now we have these beautiful steps.
It is.
I think it's from Snoeta. Work from Snoeta.
Yeah, I think it was opened 2 or 3 years ago, not more, 2 years ago,
exactly.
Something like this.
Yes.
I remember also the previous showroom. So on, and this is much better. It allows a lot of activities, and probably certainly the gala of tonight will be very nice arranged. So Fernando, without taking more of your time, Fernando Menis is coming from Spain. Still Tenerife or?
Tenerife,
yeah,
yes.
Okay, I remember
I am
that.
island people.
Good, all right. And you have quite an interesting title for this, the Holy Redeemer Church of Las Cumberas.
Yes.
Innovation through constraints. Fernando, the floor is yours. I'm giving you the pointer, and please start with your presentation at your ease. I think you should point it, yeah. Good.
Well,
and you have it also on the screen.
I try to explain this project. I am involved in this project during close to 20 years because the money comes very slowly from the people that live around to this church because they don't have too much money. And the form of the pieces come from how is coming the money to construction. This was the first phase in 2005. When I have 2 pieces, I start to use like a church. And this was in 2008, come another piece. And later in 2020, we have all the building. But we start the building, the first year, we use the building in a very small chapel. Construction of the first 2 pieces. The money come, I make 1 piece. The money come more, I make another piece. And then you can see all the church. In this moment, we don't have floor, and in the floor, even like that, you know, the construction of the floor. In 2019, we start to put the cross. Later, the square. And this is how is now the vision. it's a place without any identity. They have Alcampo, Leroy Merlin, Decathlon, this kind of big malls, but they don't have a square. And the idea was create one square. Okay. Don't work. But doesn't matter here. You can see the square, and this is the first square they are going to have in this area. Outside, the church, how is, and here you can see the section. In the section, the first two pieces, right side and in the middle, was the first estate. And we start to use first level and second level. And later came the temple. And these are the plans of the church. There is, each piece have one specific function inside to the church. And the second level, we have the rooms for where the neighborhood go there to find a friend. One woman come with a cake, another come with a cafe, and it's a little club where they are together. And this is the plan, this is the building. This is a section, and here you can see, because it's a Christian church, and the light comes from the east. And when come inside the light, come to Bautismo. There is a lot of symbol, but at the same time, I want that this temple are for the must be like a spiritual. Even the people that have another religion can go there, because temple always give to you one special atmosphere where you can find to yourself. This is the place where, because inside look like a cave because Jesus Christ, when he died, they are in the cave, and the cave is open. But you know, all these forms look like a cave, but in fact are acoustic reasons. Valley and hills are for the acoustic reason. The valleys and hills are for the medium frequencies, and the small picado is for the high frequencies. I call this kind of work like a rational Baroque. When I was here in the music Ferenc in Vienna, you have Baroque. For that, you have a lot of diffusion. And we try to make the same with the broad concrete. And this is the altar, and the light in the cross is, in the Christian religion, empty cross is resurrection. But if you analyze this, a lot of religions have resurrection, and we are going to live forever. And I try to always think in Catholic, but try to think how have point in common with another religion. And this is a light coming inside. The cross don't have any glass. And this is looking for the back. You see at the end, there is a light, because the cave is open. And it's open because there is the resurrection. And on the ceiling, we have absorption. In the two sides, we have reflection. And at the end, the sound is around you. It's a little like an opera. The inspiration have a little relation with a Wagner close to Munich, Bayreuth. And this is a Baroque, and under there we have a small chapel. And this is the chapel, and this is like that. And this is a small chapel, details from inside. And this is up level. In up level, we have another church, very, very small, that you remember was the first church before I make the temple. The first 10 years, they are using this like a church. They have cookies, they have croissant, they have, and always share between them. The spirit of the glasses. the bibliothèque, always the light, the texture, I make the picado with pneumatic hammers, or sometimes this machine that is more easy. This is my office, just where you can see Pedro Cerdá, Susana in this moment, Javier Espiles, that is very important in our office, and a kind of people that they love our work, and I have a really incredible team. I only have a good work for my team. And this is a cross inside under the contraction. And this have a lot of relation with Zumtobel. Never think that one day I am going to hear to speak about Zumtobel. But I started to work with Zumtobel probably more than 40 years ago. I know the generation, the father, the sister, the daughters, Daniel, Herbert Resch. I know during all my life different people here, but always very nice support. Look like, but it's real. I tell to you, real. And in the church, you need candlelight, because when you have a funeral, you have candlelight, and candlelight is 1,200 kelvins. This is candlelight, and they make to me one light that come from 1,200 to 6,000, because wedding no need colors. The women won't be pretty, and with candle very bad. Oh. Ahora cámbialo. Sí. You know, and this is the opposite. And you can have the two colors depend of the moment. Here we have some, you see on the back, over a little to the right and a little to the left. Now we have a wedding light on the church. But now we have Easter, funerals, and this is the history that they make to me, this incredible light. This was probably 8 years ago, or more, or 10 years ago, because the contraction go very slowly for the donation. Even I finished the church with money with Apple TV. Test in the office with this light. These are the candles from the Zumtobel light. The reflection in the bautismo in the ceiling. These are the crypta, where there is the ashes of the neighborhood. This is the Pope. The Bishop, sorry. And this is the first test. This is my video. The music, you never know, only there is one speaker, and you never know where is the speaker. It's around to you. It's like a round sound. And this is the speaker. Always the people from there, Janina Lopez, Yanni Leon, that work very close of me. She's Yanni Leon, no. The day of the opening, the different action, my wife Dulce there, and this is the church. Can you put the video, please? Can you put the video? And this finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Fernando. Amazing project, really amazing project. Please stay with us, and I'm inviting Anna Flor, if she's, and also Oscar. You are released from the juries. Please join us. Hello, Anna. It's your turn now. I think you should prepare directly to your presentation. Hi, Oscar. Have a seat, and let's enjoy the next presentations. And this is Fernando and Kerem. All right.
We know each other.
Yeah, you know each other. Well, Anna, it's your turn. You arrived just in time, so I'm not taking from your time. Everything is measured here, you know. Please go ahead. I don't know how it works.
Okay.
If you prefer, you can take a mobile microphone, if you prefer.
No, that's fine.
Yes,
I'll
fine.
take this. Hello. It's very hard to go after Fernando. Your projects are amazing, and I feel honored to have been invited here. I'm Ana Flor. Yeah. I'm a partner at Studio Gan Architects, and I'm gonna take you tonight through a series of projects that we've done in the office, and we'll end up with a deeper dive into the Gilder Center in New York. How do I pass the slides? So Studio Gan is a collective of architects, and we work at different scales. We obviously do architecture, and I guess that's why I was invited here, but we also work at an urban scale. We do a lot of engagement with communities. We work on master plans. We work on a lot of campus spaces on university buildings. And we make sure that in all of our projects there is this pushing on the sustainability aspect. We are about 150 people distributed across 4 offices. The office started in Chicago, but then it expanded to New York, San Francisco, and most recently in Paris, where I'm based. We do a lot of reuse work, and this is where I wanted to focus tonight. I'll start with this project. This Beloit College Powerhouse is a renovation of an old coal plant in Wisconsin, north of the United States. This is the original building. It had maintained through the years all this amazing industrial equipment that we tried to preserve. And really our approach to the project was to do a very light touch and keep the essence and the spirit of the building, and adapt it to a student center for sports and educational activities. Our intent was really to intensify as much as possible the use, but keep, again, the essence of the building. So that is the before and after. These buildings are really, really amazing. It had a lot of capacity still in the structure, so we made use of that to introduce this running track all around the interior of the space. Another photo of the before and the after. So very, very minimal intervention. And we also added, there is an addition to the right for the field house. Another case of reuse, but in this case of urban space, is this park, Townley Park in Memphis, south in the United States. The site was a very sensitive site due to the history of the place. This is where the old ships with cotton landed in the city. It's called the Memphis Landing, and for years, and because of this troubled history, the area had been really untouched, but the city was losing this opportunity of connecting to the water. So we worked with the municipality to create this park. and create that connection and that space for the community to come together under these shaded canopies. You need to understand that the climate in Memphis is very harsh, so it was necessary that we create these shading canopies. In the meantime, the trees will grow, but it will take like 20 years for them to be at a decent size. And we obviously had a lot of fun detailing this timber canopy. Some of the spaces. I wanted to show you also this building is the University of Chicago Center in Paris that we recently opened. It is in a very interesting site. So the city of Paris have been for years trying to cover these train tracks that are really cutting off the 13th neighborhood into two. So our site, it was really an on-site. And for that, we looked at inspiration to this park in Paris also, the Buchaumont, an incredible place that was sculpted after the former quarries of gypsum that were very present in Paris a long time ago. They disappeared and they created this fantastic park with this greenery on top. And similarly, you can see this translated to this section where we have this green roof, which, green space in Paris is rare. So we try to preserve every single piece of it. And you see the train tracks under the building that are not part of our property, obviously. The whole project is organized around this vertical patio, internal patio, that we call the vertical campus, and is where all the uses come together and people can connect. You see the train tracks on the bottom. That had the impact that had in the architecture is that really our site was 6 places where we could put columns. So our site was 6 points. So it was very important that for us, we did a very light structure. It was basically an exercise on lightness. So the city gave us these 6 points and a concrete table, and we had to create another table on top, but in this case, we did it in timber. And you can see here the timber structure under construction. Inside this structure, this is the photo of the courtyard that I just showed you before. And for the facade, talking about lightness, we looked back at these Gothic cathedrals and churches in Paris, and were very stimulated and created this brisole of stone. And that's how it looks in the finished building. Another project of renovation, the Arkansas Museum of Fine Arts. The existing building was a collection of 8 buildings, 8 different structural systems, mechanical systems. It was really a mess. So we tried to consolidate all this by creating this central axis that was linking all the programs. And some photos of the finished building. We also tried to preserve some of the valuable architecture there. All right, and with that, let's jump into the last project, the American Museum of Natural History. It's a collection of 20 buildings, and each one was doing different things, so really a labyrinth. The project, the original building started as a very clear master plan with 4 courtyards, but soon that was abandoned, and they just started building all over the place without a clear order. So we had to start from the inside out and try to clarify the circulation. For that, always going back to nature for inspiration, we were looking at the spaces of flow. but also spaces that inspire people. There is this sense of discovery that we wanted to bring into the building. We started experimenting, in this case, with melting glass and seeing what kind of spaces that could create, going back and forth between the digital and the manual. So here is those spaces in the computer, and a plan of the building and how this space is plugging into the existing building and creating multiple connections. Important to say, there was an existing plant in the basement and an existing loading dock that we had to preserve. So that's why the building is trying to span over this element that actually had to be in use during construction also. And that's a photo of these arching structures that create this grand interior public space. We like to work with materials a lot and try to push the boundaries a little bit on this topic. In this case, we took a technique that is used for underground infrastructure in New York. It's basically a thin layer of concrete that is projected on a metal mesh. No formwork is needed, and we work with the structural engineers to make sure that we were really using the minimum material possible, and also integrating the craftsman and the worker into having this sense of pride while they have a connection to the thing they are making. And this is the building has become part of the city of New York, and we love to go and see how people are engaging with the project. Behind this wall, there is a lot of exhibits. So the purpose was to create this space that would encourage people to learn more about natural science. It's not the easiest topic, but how to create a place where children want to come and learn about nature and science. We work with fantastic exhibition designers that created with us these wonderful exhibits. There is also this theater inside about invisible worlds, it's called, and it explores all scales from the cellular to the macrocosm. And last topic is the facade. It was a very sensitive place because of regulations there. So we did a stone facade. And that's up with my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna. Please have a seat with us. Fantastic project. We saw a beautiful church by Fernando, and we saw some museums, which in a way are well, the most interesting parts of architecture, and they never stop inventing. Fantastic. Thank you very much. We will have a chat after all the presentations. I'm introducing Oskar Norelius from Sweden, from White Architects. You are a director there. Oskar, the floor is yours. What are you bringing us today?
Many things.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yes, hi everyone. Oskar Norelius, architect and director at White in Stockholm. I'm speaking more about a theme that I'm illustrating with a series of projects, both built and ongoing, to show a little bit how we're working today and what we see as a very positive development for the future. And White Architecture, if you don't know us, we're a rather big company. We're 600 employees around offices in Sweden, the UK, and Germany. We work at all scales of architecture, interior design, master planning, landscape architecture, in many different regions in the world. But what unites us is not a common architectural language, but more an understanding of the role of architecture in our society. And we formulated a common vision probably 10 years ago now, that all of our architecture should be carbon neutral through design excellence. And this is what we are striving towards in all of our projects. We're very much convinced that the challenges that we're facing today will not be solved by speaking differently about the same things, but actually doing things in a different way than we've done before. Being entirely owned by our employees, we can invest our profits as we see fit, and a lot of these profits go into research and development within our projects. One of the areas where we have invested quite a bit these last 10 years is timber construction, and seeing how we can work with new materials in creating architecture. And one of the most emblematic projects that have come out of this research lab is the Sara Culture Center up in the very north of Sweden. This was an architectural competition for a culture center and a hotel in a city that you can see here is surrounded by forest. And this forest had led also to a very strong timber industry being located around this project. And we took this inspiration and this opportunity to see how far can we go with timber construction with a mixed-use urban project such as this one. We won this competition in 2016, and the building was inaugurated in 2021. At the time, it was the world's tallest building made from timber, and it attracted a lot of attention for the material use, for the technologies in the building, but mostly it has been recognized for its impact on the urban situation of Skellefteå and the city. The city was even named one of the world's greatest places by Time magazine in 2022. And the connection between how this building is built, what it contains, and how it interacts with the city is really a key to the awards and nominations that this building has had. This building was a learning journey for us. We got to investigate how we could use timber for large public spaces. This is the main entrance. When you enter the building, underneath 20 stories of solid timber hotel. You can see the entire structure is made from timber here, and this is a gathering place, an extended living room for the citizens of Skellefteå. So we really saw the potential in creating a different kind of large-scale spaces using the warmth and tactility of this material. Clicker doesn't work. Now it works. Thank you. We've also understood how timber functions with acoustic requirements. This building contains 6 stages for performing arts. This is the main auditorium for 1,200 people. And of course, these auditoriums need to function at the same time with a poetry reading in one room and a rock concert in the other. So the acoustic requirements were extreme, and we really pushed the material to its limits here. And you can also see here how the interior of this space is very much defined by the materiality that's very locally anchored in the tradition. We even managed to make the acoustic paneling from mass timber here, so we have no laminates, no glue in these pieces. It's really pure wood that you can touch and feel and smell. Another topic, of course, for these buildings when talking sustainability is the longevity and how long these buildings will last. And flexibility, of course, is a key here, creating buildings that can be used for different things today, but also in the future. So we really worked with the spans of the public spaces in this building, making sure they could be used every day for different uses today, but also for a future use of a culture center at the heart of a city that we don't know about today. Of course, to realize this building included a lot of risk, financial risk, because we used a lot of construction techniques that had not been employed before. And we here also could use the materialities, the materials characteristics such as lightweight and the potential for prefabrication to address efficiency and economy in the project. So you can see here all of the hotel rooms were designed as prefabricated modules off-site. Finished with bathrooms, interior fittings, the facades were mounted, and they were very quickly installed on site, saving us a year of construction time and making the project financially feasible. This image also illustrates quite well how even the elevator cores and staircase cores are made from mass timber, so we have virtually no concrete in the structure of this building. Let's see if we can get this running. Another click. Yes, and As I mentioned before, we talk a lot about the technicalities of working with timber, but for us it's really been an inspiration in this project, how we can create a building that acts as a platform for creativity, can be used in the ways that was described by the client at the beginning of the project, but also in new ways over time. This is a choreography made by the local dance company at the 1-year anniversary of the project that was set up in the double glazed facade of the hotel. So the audience was positioned on the main square of the city and could enjoy this quite unusual use of a double skin facade. After we realized Sarah, we've kept working with design competitions as a way to develop new understandings of timber as a material, but also reuse other bio-based materials. These are a series of competitions we've participated in, some won, some lost, where we've each time tried to push the construction technology to match a new future and the needs of the clients. Highlighting a few examples, this is a cancer center in Velindre in Wales that's under construction currently, where we've reorganized the entire hospital program to allow for timber in a building that otherwise requires the mass of concrete for the radiation therapy that is being done here. For this project, we are also growing hemp on the construction site before the start of the construction that is then used in the building. So the materials are very locally grown and sourced for this project. Another project we won in 2018 is the Kimmel Quarter in Riga, where we looked into how modern and engineered timber construction can be suited and express at the core of the DNA of the building an industrial heritage of a site such as this one. It's a historic brewery that's transformed into a cultural hub, and then 30,000 square meters of offices in the UNESCO Heritage Center of Riga. And finally, from this series, a proposal for the headquarters of Stora Enso, which is a wood supplier from Finland, where we really looked into the specifics of the structure to increase the spans and to make the slimmest possible slabs to make wood construction more efficient. And in this case, the structure was supposed to allow for both the configuration as offices, but also as hotels, and it should be able to switch over time to make sure the building has a span that exceeds the current use of the building. So this is mainly how we've been working with materials and timber and bio-based, but of course today we have new challenges for the cities as well. We need to look into climate mitigation also, not just limiting our impact, but also how can we live in our cities in the future. Working with water, with ecosystem services, with nature-based solutions to create cities where we can live in the future. And these are just a few examples of a realized project in Uppsala, a stormwater recipient that's also a park when it's not extremely flooded. But other visions as well for how we can use the historic centers of our cities, coming closer to the water, closer to nature, and making inclusive places for all. And finally, these projects have led up to one of our key projects we're currently working on, which is the Stockholm Wood City. It's a new district in Stockholm, 250,000 square meters of internal area that will all be built with a structure from mass timber. We are located just outside the center of Stockholm in a historic site, so a lot of the existing buildings are repurposed, but we are also adding a series of 30 buildings made from mass timber in a 15-minute city configuration. So very mixed use with retail, culture, education, housing, and offices, of course. This was launched a couple of years ago, and some of the parts that we really highlight here is that when you transition into a new mindset, the headline of the presentation is new materials and new mindsets. Working with timber requires a new mindset, and then you can also address other issues with a different approach. In this case, what does a vibrant city, urban structure, urban street look like? What does it sound like? We have here an entirely pedestrianized area where we've maximized greenery on facades, on roofs, and on the floor. And this area actually supplies the same ecosystem services as a forest would have. So you're in a city, but it's not in opposition to nature, it's an extension of nature. And we've also set this project up to become an urban laboratory where each building will be done phase by phase, and the learnings from one building will be applied in the coming buildings. So all of these buildings will be different. They will be state-of-the-art of their time. So what we are designing this year will obviously change a lot from what's coming in the future years. We do have a few common parameters still, which is ceiling heights and grid dimensions, so that we can reuse partition walls, kitchens, interior fittings between these different buildings as tenants move in and out. And of course, working with timber puts the user at the center, so it's really built around the inhabitants or the people who are coming to work in this area right outside Stockholm. The project is currently under construction. The first residential project, the residents are moving in December, and we are currently in the detailed design of the first office building of the Stockholm Wood City. And this is just to show that although we're working with image visions and how we can expose the timber, it's also a very technical approach to these buildings where structures and installations need to be very well coordinated for us to be able to show the timber structure without showing a mess of installations as well. We of course employ simulations very early on to see how we can work with the facades and increase the possibility of design while achieving very low energy uses and filling these spaces with daylight. This is a very massive floor plan, it's very deep, and through these simulations we could show that we could do basically a fully glazed facade and still achieve extremely low energy uses thanks to the smart integration with the city. So these will be the office environments for the first commercial building, where you can see that almost the entire timber structure is exposed, it's visible for the users, and you also have an access to the greenery around the building. And this building has then also been designed to be a timber showcase. Of course, it's the first building of commercial building of the area. So here we've really worked with transparent glass, very mindful of solar shading to make sure that the glass is actually transparent. You can see inside during the day, and you can then see the structure, which is the bones and the DNA of the building. This then complemented with a few additions of visible timber on the outside, which will age over time, giving the building a dual aspect between the grayish wood and the warm wood hue. This is another overview looking in towards the city of Stockholm over the Stockholm Wood City. You're all very welcome to come and see the project coming to life in the coming years. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Oscar. A lot of timber indeed. Well, it's time to invite another dear friend and old friend of Share, Kerem Yazgan, coming from Ankara, Turkey. And I don't know what exactly you are going to present us today. Something about stones, I see. Last time it was about glass. You're playing with materials indeed.
It's about stone.
Yeah.
It's about stone. Okay. Thank you, Sherban. I'm really glad to present my country's stones and also how we use in some of our projects. Turkey has a unique geography and history in between East and West. I have a video about the Turkish stone. We have a deep history, and we have the world's largest natural stone reserves in our country. One of the oldest civilization is found in Turkey, and now they found a new one, which is the more older than this one in Göbekli Tepe. So from that period, stone is used for architecture in different civilizations in our country. Turkish stones offered more than 80 stone types and more than 650 colors and patterns. There is a big variety for the stone in our country. It differs from marbles like Anadolu beige, Anadolu white, Anadolu black, and to the Marmara marble and to basalt, dolomite, limestone, and granite, and also travertine. We have the advantage of 1,000 years of knowledge on stone. And we have basically 5 main categories of stone, like granite, limestone, marble, onyx, and travertine. And I like to focus very shortly on the travertine that I personally like the most. And I like to give an example from Ankara, my city. This is Atatürk's mausoleum, and where he let's say sleeps. And it is 2 different types of travertine are used in Atatürk's mausoleum. One yellow travertine and white travertine. And let me give some examples from our projects. This is Palace Campus in Romania, in the city of Iași. It's an office building with 84,000 square meters. And this is our office 100 building, in fact, that we did the project. And the facade is provided from Turkey, Anatolia, from Denizli region. And normally we use a conventional mechanical natural stone fixation, but in this project we used 5 millimeter of travertine, and it is combined in an aluminum panel that we call it like a honeycomb aluminum panel. This gives the advantage of lowering down the weight of the stone on the facade. Some drawings about this, some calculations, and they were unitized. They were used in a unitized panel cladding system. In fact, normally the glass is used as a unitized panel with the aluminum, but here the travertine also is combined with this panel, and they are produced in Antalya, Turkey. And this project is done during the pandemic. It was on the very tough days. They produced and they did the construction, and 3,600 panels are put on the facade this way. And some photos from the building. It is really at the center of the city. And at night, it gives a very warm effect. The surface of the travertine is very nice. And you see the palace on the top, at the center of the city, and UBC campus very close to the palace. Our second project is from my city, Ankara. It is called Renaza. It's a mixed-use center. It's a 1 block. There are some shops on the ground, then office, then residential. And we use 4 different types of Turkish stone here, 4 different types of travertine, from darker to the light color towards up. And it follows this setback of the blocks in all around the building. It creates some terraces and balconies. And the last one is newly completed 5 villas called Lotus Villas in the city of Bodrum in Turkey. There was an existing frame, like concrete and lintel frame, and we covered it with travertine, and we add some shading elements into this building. And the main idea was to have an interior-exterior relationship. From exterior, the stone comes to the interior, and it continues and provide the background inside, also views on the staircase. And the entrance part is like, again, like travertine. There's a simple geometry on that part. And the sunshades cast shadows on the light travertine surface during the day. And these small cubic voids define small windows in order to provide another inside-outside relationship, and in order to let the air and to let the light comes in from the Turkish stone. Thank you very much.
You're always surprising, Kerem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you. It seems we have a few minutes of conversation, which are planned. And I was wondering, looking each of your presentations, what could I ask you? And finally, an idea came to me, and I kindly ask all of you to think about what did these projects you've seen from each other have in common, if they have something in common. There's a challenge. I'm following also this challenge. But it's up to you to
answer.
No, this is yours, and I'm giving one to...
Thank you.
No, it's fine, so who wants to start?
Completely sure that is the passion.
The passion.
All of us may see 100 good architects, 100 different solutions. But they have, all of them have one point in common, and it's the passion for make that the people live better, try to make that our planet can be better, and cross all the engineering information, and at the end must be beautiful too. But completely sure all the architects that are here in this event have in the same situation, the passion for change the future.
Thank you for that, Fernando. It's a very human character. Thank you. Well, who wants to be next?
Yeah, how do you follow that answer?
All right.
I mean, that was perfect. Same thing. No. No, but I think you're absolutely correct. It's very different expressions of architecture in many ways, but they do share this curiosity, I think, as well towards the materials that we shape these spaces with, which have very different expressions in these buildings, but they're very, very present, I think, in both your presentations as well. It's a very difficult question when you're already humbled to be on stage with such nice projects being presented, so yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Oscar. Anna.
Well, another common thing, we are all dressed in black. I guess no color here.
That's a little bit blue.
Okay. No, but in terms of the architecture, I also see a lot of thinking about space and how to create spaces for people. Which, even if the architectures are all different, that is present in all four.
Thank you so much. Kerem?
Thank you. I was also thinking about the word curiosity when he asked. And I think the curiosity to go deeper, to find a better relationship with our environment. I think this is one of our common things.
Fantastic. I'm very happy with your answers. And we still have time for one more question or idea. Well, I said I will answer also. Okay, so please allow me to do that. It was a fantastic involvement with materials, in my opinion. And you were not chosen for this panel because of that. It's a coincidence, I would say. It's a happy coincidence because I've seen a lot of involvement with materials, and materials are delivering a specific kind of space, in my opinion. I mean, there's a relation among material and the type of space it's relevating. and the tectonic you presented. And I was really impressed by how you carved the stone in that technique, and also what you did in that last project of museum, what kind of environment which was actually coming out of the material. What to say about the mass wood? It's very specific, and it's conducting to a certain architecture which is really well presented, very rational and very clear, and at the same time so warm and welcoming. Stone is eternal, isn't it? And Turkish stone is fantastic. So thank you very much, all of you, and please give my guests a big hand of applauses. And I really invite you into the public just before the final point of this evening. I'm inviting on stage Bledjon Baraliu, who is ambassador of SHARE in Kosovo and president of Kosovo Architects Association, also running his own office. You're here. Hi. Thank you. It's your moment. I guess. It's your moment. And I leave you with your moment because it's yours. What are you going to tell us about?
Thank you.
Kosovo?
Everything here is ours. I'm gonna have...
You have some invited guests?
To moderate a panel.
Excellent.
And we're gonna discuss basically local context of architecture and not that, and then the relationship with globalization and everything that is going on. So it's my great pleasure to invite on stage Iman Gawadi, which is the SHARE ambassador for Egypt. Give a round of applause for her, please. Welcome, have a seat, please. Also, it's my pleasure to invite Armand Vokshi, which has a lot of titles, a lot of functions, a lot of weight in terms of architecture, but I'm gonna present him just as a professor, as a dean, as a SHARE chairman for Albania, and a lot of other things. It's a pleasure and an honor to have you here among us, Armand. And my next guest is Besjan Mehmeti, who is an award-winning architect from North Macedonia and also a good friend of SHARE Society and the SHARE community. So, welcome again. It's a great pleasure to have all of you guys here and to initiate a dialogue that in the first hand, it sounds like a cliche, but in the other hand, is, let's say, a big dispute and a big dilemma in terms of the way we do architecture, the way we implement architecture, and the way we shape the future of our countries, and then, therefore, altogether of the world and the direction where it's going. So we are now standing in an international event when we have a lot of projects that competed and they will be awarded tomorrow, and we have all kinds of nationality, different educational background, different approaches on architecture, different scales of projects and all that. But we still need to contextualize architecture, let's say, to translate it to the local context, to the country where we are designing, no matter if it's our own country or another country. So in that sense, I would like to address the same question, but in a different context to all of you guys, since we're not going to have that much of time. It's around 30 minutes of discussion for all of us, in terms of how can we be local in architecture in the time of globalization? How much contextualized our architecture is? How much our designs and architecture fulfill the needs of the local culture, in the other hand, meets the international standards, and it's in order with the globalization and everything that is going on globally in architecture. Iman, it's a pleasure to start with you.
Thank you, Bladen. Since we are talking about the local context, let me start by sharing a quote that was once said by a famous Egyptian architect, which is Hassan Fathi. We call him the father of vernacular architecture in Egypt. And he told us many years ago in the 70s that internationalization begins by localization. In order to be famous, to be international, you have to excel in localization. For us, globalization is against empowering people, empowering architects in Egypt. For us also, the other way around, localization is about spreading the culture, enhancing the climate response in architecture. So what is emerging now is another term that we call glocalization. It's a merge between globalization and localization, where global is supposed to spread the idea, and the localization or the local context grounds it. It has the idea into the local context in a more empowering status for the people to respond to their needs, for the climate, for the culture, for the identity. I have to emphasize the identity. In order to be global, everyone will be similar. It's not only against the rationale of architecture, but in the rationale of being a human being. The global human being is not that preferred nowadays. To be against the regionalization, the localization is another solution. Regional is another level that we can apply. So from my perspective, global architecture versus local one is supposed to be merged, not to have an objective one of them. The merge between the two terms, the two aspects, is a must, is not a choice.
Thank you. Armand, we see a lot of developments going on in Tirana and in Albania lately.
Yes,
and
thank
quite
you.
an interesting mixture of architects. So what can we say about that?
I'm seeing here a lot of people that are from Albania, Kosovo, and many people are present in Albania for share architects or projects there. The thing is that it's deeper than this. I mean, Albania is in South Europe, but 35 years ago was a communist country. So for the West Europe was Eastern, the East country. But I mean, geographically, we are between Italy and Greece, so we are completely in South. So, and 35 years ago, communism was broken, but during the communist time, the identity was pressed by communist dictatorship to say that we have to look inside the country, inside the identity to produce architecture. This was forced, and nothing happened. Was not so mature to come to the people. And then after that was this running to open the country, to be global, and then to invite big offices from around the world just to be global, just to be part of the globalization, because for many times was isolated. And now the contrast is to be different from this kind of dictatorship. And now speaking about the identity, it's a taboo because it was speaking for this thing many years, many decades. After this, so everybody was refuting local architecture. What is local architecture? And now, after 35 years, we have to change the debate because it was done enough in this direction, in this globalization. Now we have to look inside because we have the identity that is unique, is beautiful. Not only in Albania, I mean in Balkans. There are many Albanians in Kosovo, in Macedonia, but even so in Balkans, other countries, we have very similar things that we have maybe to rethink, to reuse in the new architecture in the future. So this is my idea.
Great, thank you so much. Bastian, what can we say about
Well,
localization?
In our case, I mean, I come from North Macedonia.
there is this moment in the, let's say, more recent history of architecture history of our country is the earthquake of Skopje in 1963, after which basically what is, I would say, Tirana is undergoing now, Skopje had it back then. I mean, of course, the difference is the tragedy with the earthquake. But back then, the best and the most brilliant minds of architecture came to Skopje, the likes of Doxiadis and Kenzo Tange, who in a way shaped the city of what we have today. I mean, also the other buildings that were built back at that time were really, I mean, they were in a way like spaceships at the time. I can imagine how people saw them, the likes of the, I mean, brutalist architecture. By the way, Skopje, I mean, unofficially is kind of the brutalist capital, brutalist architecture capital of the world, because we have this heritage. But in a way, it of course had also an effect that people later tried to find this local thing that we are talking about here, and it's been recently that we in a way try to see how to implement or go back to some of the, let's say, the roots. I was talking earlier with Armand about how it's so difficult in the context of the timber buildings that were part of the previous debate, how it's so difficult to find a proper and I mean craftsman who would work timber buildings, whereas I mean just maybe 50 years ago working, I mean, construction with timber was the way to go. So now, I mean, looking for these, going back to these roots is something that, in a way, is becoming a trend.
I mean, if we also share the perspective of Kosovo, I'm moderating, but I'm also trying to give an opinion related to the topics and then jump to the next question. Let's say the most beautiful buildings that we still have in our countries comes from this time, like from the modernist era, which is on the 50s and 1960s, in that time. How come, although we have great architects, we are doing projects that are being recognized internationally, such as this event in Share Architecture Awards and EUMIS Awards and all that? But I still think that the most iconic buildings that we build are from that period of time. Like, is it about politics? Is it about being, let's say, the mission of all governments at that time to build the cities? Is it about budgets, about limitation, or what affected that we, let's say, couldn't exceed to create the next generation of landmarks within our cities? I
think it has to do probably with the vision, having a clear vision. Back then, I mean, the governing body of that time had this vision that Skopje had to be the most modern city in the world, and that's why they initiated this competition backed by back then the UN, and like I said, they brought the most brilliant minds at the time. And I mean, these days, obviously, we tend to lack this clear vision, and that's why we've been kind of wandering around.
We're being more opportunistic. We're just seeing the opportunities in architecture, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. So, no matter where we do architecture, I mean, we all have, being local means that we also have extra challenges if we design in certain countries, all of us in our respective countries. So, but we are also facing some challenges that every architect in the world is facing, because we share some global challenges such as sustainability, experience in architecture and a lot of other related issues that we try to tend to solve through architecture. In my welcoming message for this festival, I quoted Winston Churchill's famous saying that everybody knows, that we shape our buildings, thereafter they shape us. But what are we doing with our architecture, the way we design? How are we addressing the challenges? What problems are we solving? And how are we improving our countries, therefore our cities, and then also the shared environments through our architecture? Amen?
Let me share an experience that both of us, Leader and myself, had recently when we visited the new administrative capital in Egypt. Although I'm not from your region, but eventually we were put together. But for us, this challenge that you are mentioning, Baden, is related to an indirect message that we ought to send globally. Us in the Middle East, you know that Egypt is the most populated country in the Middle East. And for us, we're populated, but we're not financially dependent. So for us, the most eligible or the most famous architecture example is the Gulf area. Dubai is our hero, our star city. So when we decided to have our local aspiration in designing the new administrative capital, because you know that we are extremely overpopulated. So the new administrative capital for us was an opportunity to send the same message that the Gulf area were sending. We are modern, we have high-rise buildings, skyscrapers. Although the desert is all around the capital, there is enough place to have moderate rise buildings everywhere. But the message is more important than the use, the inhabitant of the building or inhabitant of the city. So we decided that because this indirect message should be transferred not with local architects, so we decided to invite in a sort of competition or a direct assignment for all the international firms to build us our new capital. So it was not an imitation, but a phony imitation of Dubai region or the Gulf region. So it was a disaster from the point of view of most of the architects there, and we protested because it's not Egypt, it's the global side of any not only Arab city, any city around us. Nowadays, we also face the global crisis of energy consumption. So in a weather similar to our Egyptian weather, when you have a high-rise building, totally glassed everywhere, it's not at all the architectural context that we need in similar challenges, financially, environmentally, and so on. Till now, we don't have a winter in Egypt. So this climate challenge is facing everybody, but in certain regions, as the Egyptian context is booming. So yes, we have this challenge of sending indirect message that we are modern and assigning our problems to indirect or international firms. It is all overwhelming the Egyptian architecture challenges.
Thank you so much. Armand, are we doing something in addressing and solving problems and improving our countries?
No, the thing is that I said before, we just changed, discussed from communism to transition. Now, thanks God, finally in the region we have a calm situation and we can develop our countries. But the thing is, for the architects, it's not so easy now, because now the borders are open, and our politics, they prefer better to have big offices than beautiful projects. They need to have the name for the project better than to have the good idea for the project. And in our countries, the architecture offices are small. And for sure, we can't compete these big offices. So, and the key word now is trust. So the politics and the clients has to have to trust in us. And we have to show to them that we are good in this. So we have to promote our architecture through share, through exhibitions, through books, and through good architecture. So we have to produce good things and to show to them that we can do better things. Or, I mean, good things, not as big architects, but I mean in this direction.
Yeah. Thank you. Vesyan, you're an award-winning architect in North Macedonia, and basically through your projects, not only design, but you also educate the stakeholders, and in a way you set trends. So how are you addressing all of these challenges and issues?
Well, the thing
through
is
your
that
designs?
when shaping future buildings, or actually when shaping future cities, I think what is more important is how to shape, I would say, relationships. Relationships between people, between the built environment, and between the systems. Now these smart city systems and everything. So I think that. Future cities would be judged not by their skyline, but by their street line, if I can say. How they relate, how people actually relate to the built environment, and I mean, in the local context. Achieving this has to do a lot with understanding the needs and I mean engaging locals and talking with people. So this issue that Armand is bringing up with I mean bringing on the international names of course has positive effects, but then engaging with local people and also local talent is also the key to shaping our future cities.
Great. We have 4 more minutes left, so quickly around a minute round to. I can speak all night, or we can wrap this up. Yes, I had the pleasure of knowing, beside the region, of course, that we share a lot of similarities, like to experience Egypt and Cairo and all the neighboring cities. It's a very broadening experience, and thing that I will value and hold close to my heart, because the guys are so welcoming, first of all, but also it's a different experience when you get to see the culture starting from like 5,000 years ago to ancient Egyptians' culture and architecture and the heritage and how it's connected to nowadays architecture and how it's evolving and how it's transforming to the modern architecture, like the new Cairo, new capital city of Egypt and all that. So the theme that we discussed is a very broad one. It's a general in the first look, but on the other hand is very specific if we translate it to the specific needs of the countries that we represent here. But I had the great pleasure and honor of discussing this thing with you. I hope the public enjoyed it as well as and as much as I did. And all I can say at the end is shukran testem to Iman, faleminderit shumë to Vesyan and Armand, and thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
They have a club already here. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you. It's the final moment of the evening, so I only have to thank everybody for being here, for presenting the projects, for being on stage, for talking to each other. And I have very brief announcements. At 7, which is quite soon, those who has a shuttle to the restaurant have the bus in front of the building, 50 meters from here, so at 7. For everybody, so the dinner is going to be at 7. And tomorrow morning, don't forget to look at your schedule of shuttles for each hotel. Okay? We start tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I promise you a great day. Thank you very much.